What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to another live stream, and today we're going to continue building a full stack Reddit clone. Today I'm joined by Lucas, who built the user interface previous week. Hello Lucas, how are you doing?
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back.
Perfect. It doesn't even seem that we have tried this live stream 5 minutes ago as well. Anyway, let's get into our presentation and see what exactly we're going to build today. So we are building a Reddit clone with the help of React Native Expo, Clerk, and Supabase. Previous week, Lucas has taught us how to build the user interface, so we already have the home feed with a list of posts, with flat list, with items. We know how to use props, state, and so on. Then we have a detailed post page where we can see more details about the post. We have a page to help us create a post, and when creating a post, we can select and search a community in which we want to create that post. And we also have authentication fully working thanks to Clerk. It was super easy to integrate the whole authentication lifecycle in our application. It was a matter of like 5 or 10 minutes to set something up and install Clerk in our application, create these screens, and then we have sign in, sign up, forget password, confirmations, and everything else when it comes to authentication. We still have to build the comment screen, and we are going to do that today. But the tech stack that we are using for this project is React Native with Expo. We are using Expo Router for navigation. Expo Router is a file-based navigation system, and it also helps us make our application universal, not only for Android and iOS, but for web as well. We are using Clerk for authentication, Jotai for global state management, super small and neat library that helps us manage state at a global level, and everything is written in TypeScript. Today, the focus in this part of the tutorial, the focus is going to be on the backend, and we're going to build that with Supabase. For that, we're going to use the database, the Postgres database from that Supabase is built on. We're going to use the storage for uploading images and edge functions to write more functionalities on our backend. The learning goal, by doing that, we're going to learn how to integrate Supabase with React Native projects to build full stack mobile applications. We're going to learn how to design our database, how to design our tables, how to create the relationships between them in a scalable way that is going to help us grow the project. We're going to implement and learn about the CRUD operations like create, read, update, delete using the Supabase SDK. And also we're going to learn about Tanstack query, how to fetch and cache the requests using queries and mutations in our React Native application. We're going to learn how to upload and manage files with Supabase storage for our images, and how to integrate Clerk authentication with Supabase so that we can create security rules on our database layer to allow only specific users managed through Clerk to do some operations. For example, only the owner of a post can delete a post. We're gonna do these rules today to protect and secure our database. We're going to do that by actually building, so we're going to try to talk less and do more, because building real applications is the best way you can learn something new. You gain hands-on experience instead of just theory, and in the end, you go ahead, you get a real project that you can add to your portfolio, where you can continue building on it, adding new features, and actually building a startup out of it. So you decide how you're going to use it. I think it's time to get started and get our hands dirty and implement our Supabase backend. So let's roll the intro. I just want to remind you that we have a step-by-step guide prepared for you. So if you haven't already, go ahead at assets.notjust.dev/Reddit. And you can also, if you're watching this on YouTube, you're going to find it in the description as the step-by-step guide. And after you download the guide, you're going to have access to all the tasks that we are going to need today. So today we're gonna focus here on the backend. But before we start the backend, I also want to show you the source code. Maybe if you didn't follow the first part, or if you have some issues there and want to start with the same exact code as we are doing here, feel free to download the code from GitHub. And I also prepared the UI branch that is going to contain the code that we have at the beginning of this tutorial. So copy the URL of the GitHub. Let's go ahead in a terminal and let's go ahead and do git clone and paste the URL. Now let's go ahead and open this in a Visual Studio Code or in your editor of choice. Here it is. Let's open up a terminal, and for you the main branch might look different. So what you have to do is do a git checkout UI so that you move to the branch that will contain the code that I have right now on the screen. For me, I'm going to go back to the main and I'm going to work here to add new updates. Now let's go ahead and install the packages, the dependencies from package.json. I'm going to do that by doing npm install. That is going to download the node modules. And in a second, we're going to be able to run our project. But if you haven't already created your Clerk project, however, if you're following this tutorial, you should already have that. You can also go into the link, find the link in the description, or go to clerk.com, go to your dashboard, and simply create a new application here. Make sure to enable username. And we can go ahead, and that's it, right? That's a new project. Did I create it? That was that easy, right?
Yep.
Now, all you have to do is go to developers, API keys, and here you're going to find the public key. Copy this public key for your project and go into that .env file, and here paste in your public key from Clerk. Now we can go ahead and start our project with npm start. And we can press, we should run our project either on a physical device. This is the easiest way. Go ahead and scan the QR code on a physical device, or if you have an Android emulator or iOS simulator, you can press I or A in your terminal to run them here. And in a second, if I reload this one as well, we should see the application. And it was actually authenticated. Why was it authenticated already? Because I was testing it before. But if I reload, you should be landing on the sign-in page. If you don't have already an account, which you should go on the sign up. Here are your email. Let me do that. Vadim. Not like this. Copy, paste, continue. And the username is already taken. No, I didn't create a new project. I think I'm using the old one. But anyway, the same thing is going to happen for you. I mean, the same process. You just create an account. After that, you're gonna receive a code, confirm your email, and then you can easily sign up here. Come on, sign in. After I do that, here we have, and here we are on the home screen. So, Lucas, that's what you've built previous time, right?
Yep.
Perfect. So we can also view the details of a page. Very nice animation there for the details page. There are different types of posts, right?
Yep.
Perfect. At the moment, everything is coming, all the data is coming from assets, data, and these dummy data files that we provided you. Now we are going to go ahead and create the backend so that this data is coming from a database. Let me bring this one here. Hello everyone who is joining us live. How are you doing, guys? Today Lucas is going to be the one who is going to chat with you. So if you have questions, Lucas is here. Okay, so I think we are ready. We have our setup created, and we are ready to continue and the part and to actually start the backend part of our application. Lucas, as far as I know, you do not have experience with Supabase, right?
Nope, never used it, but
Perfect.
heard a lot of good things about it.
Perfect. Today, I'm going to try to sell it to you, even though they're not paying me to do that. I'm going to show you how easy and how great it is at creating backends. And if you have questions, stop me and we can discuss. I'd really love to have a conversation about that.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll do definitely that.
Perfect. So let's go ahead, open our guide, and the first step is going to be to create a new Supabase project. Let's go to supabase.com. Let's press dashboard. Here I have way too many projects, but some of them I should actually delete. And let's go ahead and create new project. I'm going to choose my organization. All I have to do is give a project a name. I'm going to give it Reddit and give a database password. Let's suggest a strong password here. I'd advise you to store it somewhere. Come on. I would advise you to save it somewhere because we're going to need it a bit later. But if you forget it, we can easily reset it. All right, after pressing create project, Supabase is going to start setting up our project. Let me actually store that password somewhere. And a Supabase project is basically a Postgres database and a lot of features on top of Postgres database. That's actually what I like about Supabase is that we're not trying to reinvent a lot. We're building on top of Postgres, which by itself is super powerful, is very used, it's open source. There are a lot of extensions on it, used by a lot of big projects. Postgres is a relational database, so that also helps us with relational data, create these relationships, and in a Reddit clone, we're gonna need them a lot. So in a couple of seconds, we should see that our project is set up, and what we have here is the table editor, which does not have any tables, at least in the public schema. There are more schemas there. So our Supabase project is ready for us to integrate with it. Let's go ahead back in our guide, and the next step is to also prepare our React Native application to be integrated with Supabase. For that, we're going to have to install the Supabase SDK, and here I also bring the async storage, which we might have already installed in our project, but if we don't, we're gonna need it. So let's open a terminal in our React Native project, and let's install the Supabase SDK and the React Native async storage. While this is installing, we have to add a couple of new environment variables. One of them is the Expo public Supabase URL, and I'm going to add them in the .env file, which we already have. Let's add them here, equal. So one of them is going to be the Supabase URL, one of them is going to be the Supabase anon key. Anon stands for anonymous, or think about it as a publishable or a public key. We can find these keys in our Supabase dashboard, so back in our Supabase, let's go ahead under project settings. Under data API for configuration, we're going to see the URL. Let's copy this one. And this is going to be the first, the Expo public Supabase URL. And then under API keys, we have two keys. One is a public key or a non-key, and another one is a service role. This is a secret, and this should not be included anywhere in your client-side code. But the public key is the one that we can include there, because just having this key, if we integrate the correct row level securities, which we're going to do later, with this API key, you still wouldn't have access to the data. So this is a safe key to share publicly. Now that we have these two environment variables, it is time to set up our Supabase client. The Supabase client is being set up with a create client function from the Supabase SDK, where we give the URL, the anon key, and some configuration for authentication, for example. So let's go ahead and actually copy this file here, and we're going to put it in source. I'm going to create a new folder, lib, and there I'm going to create a file, supabase.ts. I'm going to create the client here and export the client from this file, so that in other places in our application, I'm not going to have to create the client again and again. I'll just reuse it from here. So my VS Code theme, a lot of people were asking me, what is your VS Code theme? What is your VS Code theme? And I was always like, I don't know. And now it broke. And apparently it was material, and material was taken down from the marketplace for some security issues. So I'm pretty sure that someone from our subscribers said, like, you don't want to save a theme, like we're gonna hack it, I don't know. And now like my theme like doesn't look the best, and I have this kind of. All right. So as I was saying, creating the Supabase, a matter of just calling create client. And the only thing is here, like we configure a bit the authentication, giving it the storage that it needs. Async storage, we can also use a secure store from Expo. And we also add an event listener when the application goes in the background. We're going to stop the auto refresh for the authentication. And when the application comes in foreground, we're going to start that auto refresh. And that means that the tokens will auto refresh when the sign out event happens, or when the token just updates behind the scenes. All right, so this file, we need to touch it only once, and then we just have to use it when we need to interact with Supabase. Let's go back in our documentation, and I think for the first task, we are done. And I'm gonna go ahead and say git add, git commit, set up Supabase. Do we have any questions so far?
Yep, trying to be more active on the chat.
Nice. Is there any specific reason to use Clerk over Supabase authentication? Clerk is a tool that is built specifically for authentication, so it provides more features when it comes to user management and authentication. And it also works with any kind of setup. It doesn't matter like whether you're using Supabase or other tools, you can use Clerk. However, if you are using just Supabase and you do not need like maybe some other additional features, like Supabase Auth is also a solution. But the integration between Supabase and Clerk is super easy. We're gonna see today how to do that. And it's a great combination to leverage a tool that is built specifically for auth and user management like Clerk, and leverage Supabase for the database for the rest of the backend logic. All right, so let's go ahead in the task board and continue. And the next step is going to set up our database tables. Because if we see in our Supabase, we do not have any tables yet. Setting up the tables is a process of first understanding what tables do you need, basically what models do we have in our application, and then like what fields do they have, and then what relationships do they have between each other. And knowing all of this, like you draw a schema and you have an idea of what you're gonna have, and then you set it up in the database. The process you should do is, if you already have some dummy data, that's the place where you can understand what models you're going to have and what fields they will need. For example, here we can understand that we are working with post.json. That means that we're going to have probably a posts table. Then we see that we have groups. That tells us that most probably we're going to have a groups table with fields like ID, name, and image, comments, and then users here as well. Or if you don't have dummy data, like the user interface should tell you like what fields and data do you need. I took all of these properties and I actually did what a normal developer would do in 2025 is I went to ChatGPT and I said, hey, help me build the database, the SQL query to create a database based on these tables and fields. And the ChatGPT gave me the SQL queries to do that. And I asked him to change something. So it was a couple of iterations, but in the end, we have this setup tables SQL. Let's go ahead and copy this SQL. And as you can see, this is just queries, SQL queries to create tables, to create the users table, to create the groups, the posts, the upvotes, and the comments. So let's copy them and go to Supabase. In Supabase, you can create tables from a visual interface by pressing this plus button, and then you can add things here. So this is great if you are building like slowly and you are more of a visual learner. However, with an AI tool like ChatGPT or other AI models, we can easily generate these SQL statements, and we can go to SQL editor and paste in here the code that we copied from the guide. And if we run that, we're going to see a success. And if we go back to table editor, we're going to see the 5 tables. For example, in the users, we have name and image. In the posts, we have title, description, image, user ID, group ID, and so on. And if we go to database here, we're also going to see the database schema that Supabase is showing us. So you can move things a little bit around here, but you see that we have posts. They have a relationship with a group because a post belongs to a group, like a subreddit. Then we have users, and a post has user ID, and this one links to a user from a table. What else do we have? We have upvotes, which is a relationship between posts and users. And that's how we create this many-to-many relationship, where a post can have many upvotes and a user can submit many upvotes. So for that, we need a separate table, upvotes. Then we have comments, and this is another many-to-many relationship between posts and users. But the comment has a little bit more data, like the actual comment that the user wrote. The parent ID is going to help us do multi-level comments. But we're going to get there a bit later, so let's focus on the fundamentals here. Okay, perfect. So now that we have these tables, we are ready to actually go ahead and integrate them in our application, to insert data, to read data, but I will make it a bit easier for us to do that by creating the seed file. Seeding the database is the process of adding some data in the database, so it's going to be easier for us to start developing and testing it without us having to insert manually things. So here again, I used ChatGPT to create the seed file, which is a lot of insert commands, inserting data, some random data into users table, into groups, into posts, into comments, and so on. For us, let's just copy this SQL command. Let's go to Supabase SQL editor. Let's copy everything and delete, and then paste the new SQL here. If I'm going to run, hopefully we should see success here. And if I go back to the table editor, for example, under posts, we should see already some posts in the database with links to users, which we can press and it will actually show me the user details with links to group IDs and so on. And there is also this button refresh. If you don't see the post, you press refresh and it should update the table. Perfect. So now we have a database with the tables that we need, and they also have some data. Let's continue, because in the next lesson we're gonna see how we can fetch this data in our application. In Supabase, actually, if you go to, for example, the post table, there is a button here, API Docs. API Docs contain some examples of how you can fetch data, and I think having examples is the best thing for a developer because it gives you a starting point. And you can look at more like reading, filtering, or inserting into this table. I'm going to show you how to do it. Let's go ahead and open our source application. We need the feed screen where we want to fetch the posts. I'm going to go into protected tabs, and then here there is the index file, which is the home screen with a flat list of dummy posts coming from a file. Now what we have to do is we need to import Supabase client from our library that we created here. So we actually have to destructure it, if I'm not mistaken, from lib Supabase. Now I will need two things. We will need a state where we will store the result, the fetched posts. So let's import, maybe I'm going to do that at the top. Import use state. And also we are gonna need a use effect from React. Lucas, did we explain the use state before?
Yep, we did.
Oh yeah,
but you can always double down a little bit more.
So as I was saying, we need the use state to store the posts that we're gonna fetch. So let's define it here. Post set posts. This is going to be a use state hook, and we're gonna initialize it with an empty array. Initially there are no posts, but it's still an array. Now I can comment out the dummy data import, and my home page doesn't show anything because the flat list receives an empty array from our state. The next step is to fetch the post from our database using Supabase. When are we going to do that? We're going to do that when the component mounts. So that's why we need this use effect. And a use effect has two things. It has the function that is going to be run, and the second parameter, it's a dependency array that specify when should the function be run. If we provide an empty array here, this function is going to be executed when the component mounts, when the home screen is mounted and displayed in our application. So when that happens, let's call a function called fetch posts. We don't have yet fetch posts, but we can define it here. Const fetch posts is equal to an async function. And here we have to fetch the post from Supabase. How can we do that? Well, it's going to be super simple. We just do supabase.from. Here we specify the table name. Our table name is called posts. Then we do select what columns do we want to select. If we do star, we are going to select all the columns from the posts. And I don't remember if we need anything else, but this should be the minimum stuff to select all the post item with all the columns there. Back, we are going to receive data and error, so we can destructure them. And this data and error, you're going to see that it's very common, and Supabase always returns data and error. And we can do console log error, and then console log data. If I open the terminal and reload my application, we should see an array of data. So I believe these are actually posts. Let's go ahead and try to set them, or maybe I'm going to actually do json.stringify data and be able to see them. I'm going to do here 2 at the end. And if I do it again, we can see exactly the data about our posts. So indeed, this is coming from our post table here. If I go ahead and say, hey, we have a data which is our posts, let's go ahead and do set posts with this post, with this data, I mean. That is supposed to work, but actually it's not going to work. It's going to have some issues. And that specific, the issue is coming from our post list item trying to access post.group.image. The problem right now is that a post data does not have a group here. In dummy data, we had it embedded. You might think, okay, then we have to, for every post in this list of data, we have to run another request to get the group. And if we have, like, I don't know, 10 posts here, we need to send 10 more requests to fetch the group of that post. Well, that's not how it works in Supabase, because in Supabase you can, where we specify what columns we want to receive, we say we want all the columns from the post table. And if we do here comma and say, but we also want all the columns from the groups table, and the groups is the name of the table that we have a relationship with. If I will look in the data in the console log now, the error is still going to be here, and it's going to be for a second, but I want to slowly get there. We see that now the post also have groups, which is the object with data about the group that it references. So that's how easy it is to query related data. But our post list item expects a .group, not .groups. Well, we could either change the post list item, or we could rename this group by putting here a prefix with a name that we want, and then semicolons. So we say, give me a column group, named group, which has the value of this relationship. So now we see that everything is working back as it was supposed to. And if we look in the data, it actually has the group, because we specify the name here, and the data. Perfect. Lucas, what do you think about that?
I am really invested in the chat, so
Yeah.
I'm missing some of the things. But I'm trying to follow. I will definitely watch it afterwards. But we do have one question, though, related to Supabase.
Yep.
That I wanted to ask you. And Nolo is asking, can you set up your own Node.js server in Supabase and use Supabase only as hosted server plus database?
Yes. So the question is if you can build your own backend and just use Supabase as a database.
Yes.
That question is yes, you can do that, because the way to integrate with Supabase is not just through the SDK. If you go into the project settings, under database, you're going to see a normal connection URL where it is. Should be somewhere here where connect. You can find project connect details by clicking the top bar. So here, if you press connect, you're going to get the connection URL to a Postgres. So you can connect with the Postgres driver directly in Node.js, or even you can connect it through an ORM like Drizzle or some other ORMs directly to the database. And that's
Amazing.
totally fine. Yep, you can do that as well. And maybe you can have some small edge functions here, but the main things you can have it on your backend.
Amazing.
Yeah. Perfect. I also wanted to show you how we can fetch the author of the post, because if we look at the database, this post has also a user ID, and a user ID links to the users table. If I just say, hey, also give me information about the author, like users, as I think we needed it as user.user. Yeah, post.user. So let's rename it to user like this. We're gonna see that something is happening here. Most probably that's because there is an error. If I look into the logs, we indeed see an error, and it's a bit cryptic, but try to understand it. What it says is posts with users. One second. Hint. Message could not embed because more than one relationship was found for posts and users. The thing is that even if we look at the database design, we see that there are actually two relationships between posts and users. One of them is that a user is the author of a post, but there is also a relationship between the upvotes, where posts are connected with a view an upvote, or the user who is the author. And to be more specific around that, it has a hint here how we can be more specific. Either use the user's post user ID foreign key or upvotes. No, I need the post's user ID foreign key. So I'm gonna copy it from there. Yeah, this one might sound a bit more cryptic, but it's like an edge case for when there are multiple relationships between the tables. But this is just saying like, give me the users specifically through this foreign key, through this relationship. And now if we look at the data, not only do we have a group for a post, but we also have a user who is the author of that post. So that's going to help us when we go on the details page to display the user of that post. Perfect.
Amazing. Very good flow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm thinking whether to set up the TypeScript right now, because it's let me go ahead and say git status, git add, fetch posts. So now we see that how we can fetch items from our database. We could go ahead and continue the same process for all our requests, but this process is a little bit manual, like using the use effects when creating a function, when calling this function. And if you want to add like a loading state or an error state so that you can display the error, that's going to be 2 more use states. So you're gonna very soon see how this is getting unmanageable and hard to work with. So that's why I prepare for you that we're going to learn how to use Tanstack query to fetch data from Supabase. And Tanstack query is going to help us do this in a more central way and also help us manage the cache and a lot of other benefits. However, before we go there, which is the next one, Tanstack query, I want to set up the TypeScript for our Supabase. This is an optional step, so if you're gonna have issues with this, you do not have to set it, because as you can see, everything is working. We're just going to have some red TypeScript warnings. So let me go ahead and find the Supabase TypeScript documentation. So what we have to do is do Supabase gen types, project ID, and then output it to a file. Let's try to do this. I'm not sure if we need anything else other than this, but hopefully we don't. So I'm going to prefix it with npx Supabase gen types TypeScript, and the project ID is going to be changed to the actual project ID from my Supabase project. There is general, and here we see project ID. Let's copy it. Let's paste it. And here we specify the file where we want to store them. Do we have types? Yes, we have. Let's create a new folder with maybe types. And I will specify here, store them in source types /database types.ts. Let's see if that is going to work. Or we need to initialize Supabase locally as well. That's the question. Hello, Javier. Is it fun, Lucas? Previous time I had like actually a lot of fun talking with our audience.
Actually, it is fun, yes. There's a lot of action here, so I missed a lot of things that you were explaining, but nevertheless, it's fun.
Need to install the following packages: Supabase. Wait a second. That's a bit weird. Wait, why did it do that? It output that one here. Let me delete the file and try it again, because it kind of worked, but it has some weird text there. So if I do that again, is it still going to do that? Let me check. It's finished faster. So I'm going to look into the types, database types. And yeah, now it is much better. Now we see that there are database with comments, with groups, posts. These are basically all our tables. And it looked at our tables with the columns, and it generated these types here. The good thing is that what we can do now is we can go into the lib where we set up Supabase client. We can go ahead and import database from types, database types, the file that we just generated. And if we specify this type, database type, when we create the client, we're going to see that now all our requests and fetches, they are typed. If I hover over data, we see that it has created at, it has group ID, image, title, and so on. The only thing why now set post is not working is because we need to type it here with a post. A post that is coming from the generated types. Post array. So we see that it doesn't match the data. That's because we are using the types that we have built in the previous step, the types that with Lucas we created here. Now that these types belong to the database, I would say that we, instead of using them from here, we use them from the database types that is auto-generated. To do that, instead of importing them from these types, from these local types, let's go ahead and see how we can, see how we can do that here. 1 second. The helper function. tables, yeah. I think we're going to import from one more? No, where? Source, it should be types here. Okay, database types. Here, let's import the tables, and using tables, we can specify what table. This is going to be a post table. Or you can extract, like if this is getting out of hands, you can extract this one to a separate type here, saying the type post equal to tables post, and then you can use it easier here, like this. And yeah, this is probably not going to work because we are fetching like relationships, even though the data here matches. We would have to over-engineer here. Maybe if I do here post with, let's say post, I think I can engineer it like this, saying that we also have a user which is of type tables users, and also a group which is of type tables groups. So now it still doesn't want group and user.
What does the warning say?
Null is not assignable to set. It might be null, right? Yes, it might be null. Yeah, it might be null. So it will be null if there will be ever an error. So if there is error, do something else, set the data. Because if there is an error, the data is going to be null. So that's why we put it in the else, and now everything works fine. And here we can do console log error.
So now do you still need in the types to add these two, like user and group?
I think so, because by default, it says that it works, right? And
Seems
if I look at the post here,
but interesting.
The thing is that if I hover here over the posts, it doesn't know that it can have a group and a user. And later, if I would try to do console.log posts at position 0.offer, it will say, I don't have an offer. So that's why, like, this would work. And don't overcomplicate things. Now maybe I'm overcomplicating things, but this is like a more correct way, because we are fetching here relationships as well, and we just specify them here. And now if I hover over the posts, it doesn't show me that. But if I do console log posts at position 0.user.name, it knows that it can have it.
Okay.
So this probably might be a post with group and name, like if you want to be more specific in the type, but I'm going to leave it like this. Okay, so now that we have the types, I usually in my project, I also add this code of generating types in package.json as a script. Let's do gen types, and I can remove here npx, because at any point in time I can, if I do some changes on the database, I'm just gonna come here, I'm gonna do npm run gen types, and I think I need the npx, right? and I'm going to refetch the types from the database. So every time you manually, for example, change some fields in the database, you can do that here as well, and your application is going to be typed. And if you are trying to access a column that doesn't exist, it's going to tell you before it reaches the production. So it's going to be much safer like this. Let me do git add, git commit Supabase types. And maybe I can even push. Okay. Why did this break? Because it was working fine until I did something. Right?
You did something, definitely. Not sure what.
We're gonna fix it when we get there. Perfect. So we have our Supabase set up. We have our tables. We have our data. We know how to fetch data in our project. We also have properly typed with the auto-generated types from Supabase. And now it is time to learn more about Tanstack Query. As I was saying, Tanstack Query is global. We are calling it a global state management for asynchronous state for remote data. In a little bit simpler terms, let's think about it as a fetching library, even though it is not a fetching library. And maybe with this explanation, I'm going to confuse people even more. It's basically a library that helps us get data from our server, from our APIs, and then store it into a global cache in our application. So the benefits that we as developer get is, first of all, way less code. We're going to see that in a second, much less boilerplate. And the second benefit, the other main benefit would be the global cache that I'm talking about. So if you're sending the same request from two different screens, this global cache will prevent two duplicated requests to reach the server, and it's going to reuse the data from there. Or at least it's going to use it from there first to provide you a great experience in the application. You're going to feel that everything loads instantly, and behind the scenes it can reach the server to update the data if it needs to be. So with this, we get really feeling of a very performant application and way less hits to our server. Tanstack Query, yes, Tanstack Query. And actually, this week I was busy with the last module from React Native Mastery. Let me open that one. Where is it? Oh, come on. Projects. And this was a big topic of the last submodule. I'm finishing up the last module, which is the ultimate social media application there, and it teaches native wind. It teaches Expo Router in details, backend with API routes with Postgres. It has a full sub-module in this module about data fetching with Tanstack Query. Explains very well about the query, the setup, mutations, optimistic updates, pagination, about React Native gotchas and tips. And this is very fresh for me. So the whole week, I'm recording videos about these topics. And I was not sharing the screen.
You were not?
No. I wanted to show
it's
you,
a different screen.
Just how many lessons are in just one module of our React Native Mastery. So in the end, look at how many videos are, how many lessons. 35.
I know that there's 30 gigabytes of video footage, which is insane. So,
and this is just one module. out of 7 projects. So yeah, here I have like a full module on Tanstack query with mutations, optimistic updates, paginations, and so on. And by the way,
insane.
if you guys are interested in React Native Mastery, this is a great moment to join, because by the middle of March, we're going to upload the Ultimate Social Media project there. This is the 7th project, and it finishes all the things that I have planned for React Native Mastery. And by going for it, like, you gain all the experience you need to be able to build the applications with React Native and Expo. And yeah, project based, you build 7 different projects, and just the last one it has like 35 lessons with more than 30 gigabytes of raw footage. So you can understand like how in depth the course is.
Incredible.
And you can find it at notjust.dev/React Native Mastery. You can go to notjust.dev, and at the top you can see it. Perfect. So
I think I might know what's the issue with the post, and it's actually probably not that you broke it, but it's not taking up the full space if the description is not long enough.
Okay.
I think that might be the issue.
And you think like that the description here happened to be like super short?
It might be, yes.
Okay.
The problem is that, yeah, it's not taking up the full space, so.
Bro, why is every stream just about Reddit? You just happen to come to the channel when we are building the Reddit clone, but not every stream is about Reddit. This is the 2nd stream, and today we're covering the backend. But if you're interested, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do a lot of applications here, not just Reddit. I assure you. You can see on our channel a lot more projects. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue our journey. And now we're going to learn about Tanstack query. Let's open it up. Hopefully I'm sharing the screen correctly. And let's go under the installation. To install, we just simply do npm install tanstack/react query. Tanstack query is previously known as React query. So you might also heard about React query, and this is the same thing. And yeah, after installing it, we can go ahead in the quick start. And what we have to do is create a query client, and using the query client provider, wrap it around our application. So that's global providers when using Expo Router are happening at the root layout level. And here, let's go ahead and import. We're going to import something from Tanstack React query, and that something is query client and the query client provider. Now we create the query client, and we have to provide it here. Let me think, where should it be? Above or below the Clerk provider? Maybe above. Let's do here query client provider, and the client is going to be this one that we just created, and we wrap it around everything in our root layout, just like that. Okay, now our screens and components are going to be able to run queries. And what does a query mean? Let's go back in our screen here. In the protected tabs index, and this is the feed, right? And this is how we queried a list of posts. As I was saying, like usually you would also want to check the loading state. So you'd have set is loading, and this would be another state, which is going to be false. Then you'd also want the error state and so on. So you're going to see how fast, like it's going to be very hard to manage the logic of fetching asynchronous data. I'm going to replace all of this with a couple of lines of code. And for that, we're going to use a use query from TanStack query. A use query is a hook, and we're going to create it here, use query, that receives an object with configuration. The two properties that it requires are the query key, which is going to be the key that identifies this query, and it should be an array. Let's give here a string saying posts. The second one is going to be query function or query fn. This one should be an asynchronous function, and whatever you do here really depends on you. And that's what else I love about TanStack query is that it's backend agnostic. Like, it doesn't care like how you're fetching the data, being it from a REST API, using fetch or Axios, using GraphQL or something else. As long as you are fetching and returning the data here, everything is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, I have this fetch post here. Instead of setting the posts, let's actually return them. I'm going to do return data. So this function is going to return the data. What I can do is I can say that the query function should be fetch posts. Like this. Sorry, I need to call it because it has some other parameters. And just like that, if I get access here to data and go ahead and do a console log data and look in the logs, we should see some posts. We can go ahead and comment out the old post, the is loading, and the use effect, and maybe rename this data to posts. Now if I reload, we see our application loading and the data displayed here. So this is the minimal thing, but use query gives us a lot of more information. For example, it gives us things like is loading to show the initial loading. It gives us the error to show us the error. And we can take this and handle, for example, if is loading, return an activity indicator. If error, return a text from React Native that says error fetching posts, and so on. And all of that logic of handling this is happening here. The only thing that is important to understand is about this error, the error that TanStack query is going to get. Let's try to simulate in the fetch post. I'm actually going to remove this one to make it easier. And usually the fetch post shouldn't even be here because it can be in another file. So I'm going to even extract it outside the component. So let's try to simulate an error here. For example, I'm going to have a typo here saying something like this, which definitely does not exist, and it should give an error. And in fact, it kind of worked, but I was expecting it not to work. But why did it work? Lucas, why did it work? Let me do a console log error. What's happening there? Oh, error, post data is undefined. So it still throws an error because it sees that it didn't return anything, but it's not the actual error coming from Supabase. It just says that data is undefined and that is the error, but not the actual error that happened. That's because in order for TanStack, for the use query to catch that error and give it to us for this value here, the error from this function should be thrown. Either you should return a rejected promise, or we should throw the error. Throwing the error will actually raise an error, and that's how Tanstack Query will be able to catch that error and give it to us here. So if I look now at the error, hopefully now it's going to be the correct error coming from there. And I see that it is, and it here is the error with details, search for a foreign key, and found this one. And there are other benefits that I see that's happening here, but just because we are behind the scenes, you might not understand what's happening. Did you see that now the loading state was there for way longer? Like, let's see here, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around 8 seconds. And if we didn't throw this error, it was 1, 2, and that's it. So what's happening there? Well, because we correctly threw the error, Tanstack Query saw that it's an error and automatically is retrying to send the same request a couple of times with the right intervals, because in a lot of cases, just by sending the same request again, it's going to be successful. So Tanstack Query has some defaults that we can also adjust manually, but by default, it will retry the same query, I think at least 3 times over a period of time. So that's why it took a bit longer to actually say, okay, I tried 3 times, it still gave me an error, so most probably there is an actual error. So I'm gonna go back to not throwing that error, not causing that error, and now everything is working here perfect. Perfect. Lucas, is this, what do you think? Too confusing, too fast?
No, it's very clean and clear. Now I was more focused on listening.
Yeah.
And yeah, never used Tanstack Query as well.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I think like it takes some time to get to get used and to understand the full value of it, because initially it's just it's kind of a different way of the same like fetching, which I can do it myself. But after you see like these small details that are happening behind the scenes that initially might not be so obvious, such as this retrying, like this would solve some issues with where a request is totally fine, but it was just rejected because of rate limiting or stuff like that. And just by retrying, it's going to solve the issue. And the cache is another thing that is improved here, is helping us. And I'm going to actually show you about the cache and how to visualize it by going to documentation in React Native here. There is a third-party Expo plugin, which is actually not a third party. It's actually developed by Expo. I mean, it's third party for them, but it's an Expo plugin, a dev plugin, that is going to help us give more visibility to debug and see the Tanstack Query cache. Super simple to install. We just have to install the dev plugin /React Query. And by the way, this is optional. So if something is not working in the future, you can skip this part. But it's helpful because it gives us a better understanding of what's happening in the cache. And then we can import it also in the root stack, in the root layout, in the application layout. We import use React Query DevTools, and in the root layout, we simply say, hey, can you please use these DevTools by connecting to this client that we created here? And if we go ahead and restart our project, you're going to see here an option Shift+M that says more tools. If I press Shift+M, it's going to give me more tools, and one of them at the end is the Open Dev Plugins React Query, the new dev plugin that we created. If I do that, we're going to see a new window appear. Let me try to bring it closer. And this window will help us debug our cache and see what's happening. So if I will reload my application, in a second you should see a new item added to our cache, and that item has the query, the key posts, the data is stale, is active, is true. But if I go to another page, we're gonna see maybe not like this. It should be like a completely different page. But yeah, like a lot of things will happen here, and you can explore the data through this route, seeing like what information do you have there, and also refetch it if you need to. All right, perfect. So yeah, maybe later we're going to actually use it more often when we will add more queries, and let's actually go ahead and do that. For now, I'm going to go ahead and do a git add, git commit setup done stack query, and I think we can continue.
We can very easily, very fast fix this post image if you go to detailed post.
Let's go to the details post.
And we just need to the link pass as child.
Okay.
And
but this should be then a pressable.
Yes, and this should be a pressable. Yes, exactly. Change on the bottom as well.
Should be changed automatically. But
okay,
if not, like.
And now it's fixed.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nice. And now post not found, but we're gonna fix that.
We'll
now.
fix this.
Yeah. Another thing is that here the item has the type this type post. Well, actually, now that we are using use query, these posts, we don't even have to tell ourselves, you see? With the use state, we had to manually create this post, this type. But now, use query will look at what is this fetch post returning, and is going to use the type of this fetch post function return statement as the type of our data. So the posts are automatically typed with the group and user, because this is what we are returning here as data from Supabase. So that's cool. The only thing like where we need this one is, for example, I'm actually going to copy it from here and go into the post list item, because here the post, we are going to say that, hey, the post is of type post like this, not the post from our that we manually created, the one that we generate and keep in track with our database. So if we scroll down through here, we might see things like, hey, the image can be null. And that's true, because on the database, the image can be null. The created ad can be null. I don't know why, but maybe it's nullable on the database, which actually shouldn't be. The upvotes, we actually don't have upvotes yet. We're gonna calculate them a bit later. So maybe this one is actually a task. So Lucas, remind me later to calculate the upvotes.
Okay, I'll try.
And the number of comments as well.
Okay.
So this is great, because now it actually still connects with the data source, with the database, and says like, points to us like potential errors. Okay, perfect. Let me go ahead and do a git commit. Let's do here some fixes. Perfect. Okay, guys. So now, I'm thinking like if I should put these functions in a separate file where we're going to store all the logic of fetching, like fetching the posts, fetching a post by ID. I think that's going to make more sense to keep them in the same place. What do you recommend? A services folder? And let's call a post service.ts. And the first function that we need there is the fetch posts. And let's make sure to export it. And this fetch post depends on the Supabase from lib Supabase. Now back in our home screen here, we can simply import fetch posts from our services. So the low level logic of how do we get the posts are going to be here in the services, and in our components, we just use that function and store the results using the use query hook. Now that is going to make a bit more sense, because the next step that we have to do is implement the query on the details page. So first, we need in our services, post service, to create another function. And I'm going to actually do that by duplicating this one, saying fetch post by ID. By ID. This function should receive an ID, a string ID, and it should fetch a post by ID and return it as data here. We're going to also select the group and all the fields and the user, and I'm going to add here after select a where clause. Is it where or equal? Yes, it's equal. And where the ID is equal to the ID that we received there. And this is still going to give us back an array, even if we're only interested in one. So what I can do is I can simply say dot single. I'm remembering like what's that. And dot single is simply going to transform from an array. It's going to take the first item and return back in the data one single item or null if it didn't find. Now, the same thing. If error, we throw the error. Otherwise, we return the data. And this is the fetching logic that we can go ahead and use it together with a use query hook to get this data on our post details page. Let's go in application protected. Is it in post ID? And here we have ID. We're no longer going to need to find it like this. What we're going to have to do is we're going to first import the function that will fetch the post, fetch post by ID. And we are going to import the use query hook from Tanstack query. Now, let's go ahead and we are going to get the same thing. Let's do use query. And here we need two things. One of them is the query key, which is an array, and the other one is the query function, which is a function that we're going to call this one. And this fetch post by ID needs an ID, and I'm going to take it here because it's going to come from the URL. I'm going to use it here. The thing is that this ID, if we look at the types, can be either a string or an array of strings. And we can say that we are sure that the ID is going to be just a string, not an array of strings. And in this case, it works perfect here. Now the next thing is this query key. If we look at how we did it previously in our index, we said that the key is posts. Why do we need this query key? That's how we identify a query. Based on this query key, Tanstack query is going to use the key to store the response in a place based on that key. So if we send two different requests from different parts of our application, but they both share the same key. Task query is going to write the result in the same place. So in this case, we cannot use the same key posts here because it's going to override our query from the home screen. We need something else. We can do post details, right? That's totally fine. But the problem is that in this case, if we go to post 1, that's going to write in the post details. Then if we go back and open another post, it's going to write in the same key, overriding the previous query. That's going to kind of work. It's going to have some glitches on the UI, but it's not going to be optimal. What you want to do is you want this query key to include the parameter that might change the result. And that parameter is the ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a compound key from 2 values, and the next one is going to be ID here, meaning that this compound key is going to be different than the key posts, and loading different posts is also going to get different and unique keys based on their ID. And now, it's going to work. And we can put here any amount of values. It's really up to us. Not only strings and numbers, we can put numbers, we can put objects, like, I don't know, status, posted, and so on. And this is great, like, for example, if you are filtering a list and you have a lot of values on which you are filtering and sending the request with those filters, you can put all of those filters into an object. Okay, so let's get back from this use query the data, and the is loading and the error. And we can say here, if is loading, return an activity indicator. Here, instead of if detail post is not there, I'll say if it's error, we can say post not found. Otherwise, we're going to render in the post list item this data. And why it doesn't like it? Because it can also be undefined. Let's put in this error another saying if error or there is no data. Do you think I should rename always from data to post, for example, to be more specific? In that case, it puts it from multiple lines. So sometimes I really like just data and just working with data.
Yeah.
So in this case, yeah, data is going to be defined. And as we can see, TypeScript is also happy. Let's go ahead and reload the app. And if I press on one of these, I didn't even see the loading indicator. Where is the loading indicator, Lucas? It's so fast. I think while it opens, it already has data there.
It might be. Yes, it might be.
So yeah, this is actually data coming from the backend, fetched using Supabase and then cached using task query in the use query here. And we no longer need the dummy post here. And we can see more in the dev plugin for React Query that initially we are fetching the posts. Then by going to different posts, we are actually, let me reload. Initially, we are fetching the posts. Then we go to this page and we are sending a query post and with this ID. If I come back and go again here, we're not going to fetch it again. We're going to use the same data here, and it's just simply going to it's going to first get the data from the cache and display it to us. But because the data is marked as stale, behind the scenes, it's going to go and fetch it from the server. And if it's going to be different, it's going to simply re-render and update the screen. But it will not show the loading indicator, because for that split of a second, it's going to use stale data that is already available in the cache. And that is the power. And it's, if we however go to another post, it's going to load it because it has another query hash, query key. So that's the cool part.
Nice.
The thing about this stale is that it's also configurable. Stale data means data that is marked as might be outdated. So if a data is stale, it will still be used by UI, but when we try to use it, it's going to behind the scenes fetch it again. And by default, Tanstack query marks all the data as stale, but this can be adjusted through the query parameters. For example, if you say here stale time 3000, that's going to say that for 3000 seconds, consider the data up to date. So if, not 3000 seconds, 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So in this case, we're going to load the details. We see that the data is fresh. If I come back and load it again, it's not going to fetch again. It's not going to reach the server again. And only after 3 seconds from the moment that the data was fetched, it will become stale. And only now, if you pay attention here, it's going to have that fetching. So if I go back, it has the fetching. So only then it reached the server. And you can even, if you don't believe me, you can even open with J, the DevTools, and reload the application, and you're gonna see here request to the server. So if I open it here, do we see it? Post, right? But if I open it again, no, let me spam it. Actually, that is posts request. That is the feed, so don't look at that. But it never...
Yeah, it didn't do another request.
At one point it should.
No, it does.
Wait a second.
Oh, but it's for all
let me
posts.
also put a stale time on the feed, because the feed is the one messing up. So I'm gonna put on the feed also maybe 10 seconds on the feed even. Because it has the same posts, so that's why. So we load the posts. If we go to the details, it's going to load the post details. If we go back, the data is still fresh, so it's not going to send a request to the server. If we come back here, why it's doing that? Okay,
It's
now
3
it doesn't.
seconds.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
You had it before 3 seconds, so it was passing that.
Yeah, you're right. 3 seconds. Let's put here 10K. I mean 10 seconds. Trying to explain, but I'm confusing everyone even more.
No, it's good, it's good.
So we go back, come here, it's not going to load for at least 10 seconds. As much as you go here, it's going to say, hey, this data is quite fresh. Like it's not that long ago that I requested it, and only after 10 seconds it's going to say, okay, maybe now I'm going to check it with the server. So that reduces like the amount of requests you're sending to your backend like by a lot. And this is like the stale time, that is a topic that kind of we don't see it, like we just have to understand, and we have to, by understanding it, we can optimize our queries in a way that data that you know that is not going to change that often can have quite a high stale time, even like up to like 1 hour, like if it's something that is not crucial. However, if it's a data that changes very fast, very often, I don't know, let's say you're building a bidding website where people are bidding like at any millisecond. In that case, you cannot afford any stale time. So you're going to do stale time 0 or delete it completely too, because by default, use query considers all data stale. But if there is some data like, I don't know, statistics about the whole year, that number is not going to change that often. So you can have like a very high stale time there, because if you query it again and you have it in cache, like you can have it there. So that's another cool trick about Tanstack query. And there are others like garbage collection as well. You can adjust it for here, GC time. This is Tanstack query is going to take care of cleaning up all data that is no longer used, and that is configured through the garbage collection time. But we're not going to get into that. Perfect. So we have it here, right?
Yeah, one question, maybe you know, because I don't. Is there any like best practices to handling these like values from local search params that are like, let's say, numbers, because it returns a string? So I know you like, yeah, you need to be careful by casting it to your own types, but there is no clean way, as far as I'm concerned, of handling like booleans or
Yeah, the thing is
for
that
now.
the local search param is going to be they're only going to be strings.
Yeah.
So even if you send numbers, you're gonna get back a string, and you're gonna have to parse it safely, like
Yeah,
and with
handle it
booleans
safely.
as well. Why I'm doing it here is I'm narrowing down the possible type, because if I don't do that, we see that it's either a string or an array of strings. To be honest, I forgot like why, in what case it might be an array of strings. But the thing is that, and by doing the IDs of type string, we simply narrow it down. And don't think that we can do ID number here. That's not gonna work. Wait a second, it's not here. It's here. ID string. So if we're specifying it here, it doesn't mean that we can do ID number, because it's not possible. It's either a string or an array of strings. So by doing this, we simply narrow it down to just a string.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and
we
then
have to parse it.
Yeah.
That's because like these are the URLs, like on web. I'm not sure if we have here web installed. No, we don't. But if we open this project on web, this is going to come from the URL, and that is going to be a string. Because the file name could be ID, name, username, no? Can it?
That's, I think, yeah, maybe.
Actually,
I don't
I don't
know
know
that either.
And where is going to be the slash? Is the slash going to be between them? Maybe. But in that case, like ID itself is still going to be like a string. Yeah, you might have ID and then user ID and then post ID, but all of them separately should be strings. I think it might be, you know, when
I think you can
maybe,
pass them as an array, as
maybe
Paula says. I want to double check the documentation though.
Maybe that's when you have like nested links. For example, let's say we would implement a link to a comment, and when we have like a parent of a comment, the comment ID is going to be multiple times, but I don't know. I might be wrong there. So what do we have here? Git status, git commit, fetch post details. Perfect. Let's quickly finish up our fetches, because what other data do we have to query? We have a feed, we have a post details page, and we have a group list. So the group list is going to be when we go to create and select community. This is the list of groups. And we're going to go in where? First of all, we're gonna go in services. Similar to a post service, let's create another service called group service.ts. Here we're going to export const fetch groups. This is going to be an async function, and it's going to have to do the same like fetching Supabase, if error, throw error, else return data. So something like this. I'm gonna be lazy and copy some things, but we're gonna have to actually change how we Supabase. Let's import Supabase, and for the groups we're gonna select from groups, and I don't think we need any relationships here. It's just going to be details, the fields from the groups table. If we look at our database, we have a groups table with name, an image, and ID. And this function is going to help us fetch those groups. Let's go ahead on our screen, which should be under protected. Lucas, where is this post to? Group selector.
Yeah, could you repeat?
Yeah, I found it. Group selector.
Okay.
And here in the group selector, we are going to fetch the possible groups. So let's do use groups or use query. We have to provide a query key. We can say groups, and the query function is going to be fetch groups from our services that we just created. Now we get data is loading and error, and our traditional way if is loading. Return activity indicator for the spinner, if error, return text, error fetching groups. Now, instead of here for the filter groups, instead of working with these dummy data groups, let's work with the data from our query. So data, and the data is possibly undefined. I'm going to move these filtered groups below the error, just because in this case data shouldn't be undefined. Maybe I'm going to put here if error or if data is undefined, then stop here. Otherwise, move next. Now if I'm going to go to create, select a group, are these coming from my backend? Let's do an insert row in our table. What group? Not just developers. Let's do save. So I'm going to have an image, or maybe I can copy an image from another group and paste it here. And if I reload and do create, select, we're gonna see Node.js developers advanced, which means that yeah, indeed these groups are fetched from the server, and we can do here not just and do the same filtering. And we can also press on one of them, and hopefully, yeah, I see that even the selection is working. Perfect. The only thing that we can do here better is to handle the filtering not on the client side but on the database layer. This kind of filtering where we fetch all the items from the database and then we filter locally, that is called client-side filtering. That means that we still have to bring all the items and load them in our application and filter in our application. However, imagine if we would have like millions of groups, and probably Reddit actually have millions of subreddits. In that case, you cannot fetch all of them and load them in your in the state, in the memory. It would be much better if we filter on the database layer. And as we search new stuff, we send this search field to the database. So what's going to happen is in the fetch groups, we're going to receive here a search query, or let's do search string. Then in the Supabase, we can do, hey, search where, I'm trying contains, but I'm not sure if it's the correct one, but let's try. Let's say if the column name contains the search field. Let me look in the API docs for filtering. There is filter like equal, greater, like, I think this is good. But contains, it's about arrays. So this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like, where compares strings. And if it's just like, that is going to be case sensitive. If it's I like, it's going to be case insensitive. Think, Lucas, we need case insensitive, right? We don't care about the casing, like it should still give it to us. So it's going to be I like. I like.
Yep.
I like name is equal to search. Why doesn't like it? And should I do with this? I think so. Maybe I need to put this kind of stuff around the term like this. It's just an unknown word. So now when we call fetch group, we can say here fetch the ones with dev there. If I'm gonna go into the create, select community, we see that it only fetched the groups that has dev inside their name. But we shouldn't do dev. What we should do is we should use the search value from there. So if I write here, hello, I'd like to see them like there, but it doesn't work. If I do dev, if I do PVA, it works. If I do dev, well, the thing is, it works, but it's not supposed to work. I was trying to show you a problem, and it works because the stale time is 0. If, for example, I would say that this stale time is 10 seconds, in that case, it's not really going to work because it's going to be, for example, GS. Sorry. I was filtering both on the backend and on the front end.
Yeah.
So I need to remove these filter groups. We no longer have to filter on the front end. Everything is happening on the backend. And we need to take this data and send it to the flat list. We're going to figure out that one as well. But now if I go here, select community, even if I search something like web dev, nothing is going to happen, at least for 10 seconds, because this query with the query key groups is cached for 10 seconds. The thing is that previously I mentioned like we need to add in the query key all the variables that can change the result to make sure that we are storing the result separately. And one of these values is the search value. So I'm going to take the search value and I'm going to put it here. I can put it here like this, but maybe I can put it in an object to say, yeah, search value like this. So now the web dev, if we look in here, is going to be stored separately compared to, let's say, just dev or D. And it reloads. It reloads. I know why it reloads, because it has this is loading. Give me one second. This is also configurable for Tanstack query. But where to find it? It should be
Try to look maybe in a search at the top with Command K.
Yeah, 1 second. It should be, you know what the problem is? As we change the key, we move this query into loading. Loading stops here with an activity indicator. And that's why we kind of stop rendering this for a second. That's why I lose the whole, like we see this full rendering. There is a way to save a use query that even if something changes for a second, like while you're loading, use the previous values. Don't be afraid to use previous values in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it should be initial query data maybe, or placeholder data, something like this. Not initial.
Maybe keep previous data?
Yeah, it should be keep previous data. Is it
That's
an option,
I think
right?
you can just pass it as true.
Is it here?
It's not.
When we use placeholder data will not be in pending state. It will start out as being in success state because we have data to display.
Oh, they deprecated it.
Can also be a function where you can get access to the data query method situation where you want to use the data from one query as a placeholder data for another query. That's what we're looking for. When the query key changes, for example, to do 1 to do 2, we can keep displaying all data instead of having to show a loading spinner. So that's exactly what I'm looking for. For more information, see paginated queries. Yeah, I think it's that. Basically, I need
like
to say that
now they use placeholder data.
yes, placeholder data can be a function where we get the previous data and we say, hey, while you're loading, use the previous data that you had access to. So if I go here and try to say dev or PVA, yes, it works. And we do not lose access because as we are loading the next query, we are using a placeholder data with a previous results. And for a user perspective, like for UI, it doesn't make a difference. It's better to show like previous data than to show like loading indicator after all of this stuff.
Yep.
And we're gonna, all the search values as we type are going to be here. We can also add some debouncing, not to have like so many, like not for every letter, maybe like at every. And I'm wondering if we can do that for here. Probably not. But that is our proper backend filtering as well. So I'm very happy.
Don't forget to remove the stale time.
The stale time. I don't think it's a bad thing to have it, to be honest. This
really?
Is like
for 10
groups.
seconds?
Like, do you think groups are data that changes very often? I don't really think that. Like groups is
10 seconds, maybe it's okay. If you just created a new group, I'm wondering how would that work. But it's still 10 seconds
if you just
probably.
create a new group, that's another thing. In that case, we can invalidate queries manually. And we should invalidate query manually. And we're going to, maybe not with a new group, but with a new post, we're going to cover that situation as well.
Okay.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do a git add, git commit, and this is going to be fetch groups and filter on the database layer. And this was going to work even if you have like millions of groups. When you're going to search, it's going to search on the database layer in a very efficient and performant way. Perfecto. I was thinking that maybe this flat list, or let me see. These are just a couple of typed issues. For example, on group selected, where is it coming from? From here. And it's using a group that we created when we didn't have a backend. Now we can say that a group can be of type dynamic type tables, groups. And now it's going to come, the data is going to come from based on the database, automatically generated. Same thing here for set group. This is in the atom, right? So in the atom, we're going to also say
You need to go to the
here.
atoms. Yeah.
So yeah, let's say that the group is coming from the database tables. And now when we do group selector in the on group select, it's working better. I mean, the TypeScript is also happy with that. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do what? Git add, git commit. Psst. Oh yeah, Paulo is saying we can create a file with ... all data, and that is going to get all the rest of the properties. Will be an array of strings, array of puffs.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is called like a catch-all route. Okay, so how are you feeling, Lucas?
Amazing. How are you feeling? That's the question.
That's I was thinking previous time, like it's actually so much easier to code because like
Yep.
you don't feel like the time you go into this flow state, and what we are all almost 2 hours in, and I don't feel like the time
Yeah,
passing.
it is definitely easier to code. I agree 100%. You get in a state like just go. But yeah, it was nice. At first we had a lot of messages. Now people are listening,
Feel free
hopefully.
to ask question, guys.
Yeah, don't be afraid to
We're almost
ask anything.
I'm
It
sorry?
doesn't have to be coding related also.
Yeah. Ask Lucas when he's getting married. I don't know.
Okay.
Not that
Yeah,
personal, but
yeah,
let me
but ask
check
anything,
the
guys.
Twitter as well, because we are supposed to be live on Twitter as well, or no?
I think we are.
Oh, yep. And I will check like if we have any messages there. But my phone is dying.
Perfect. Also. Okay, I see you right away, Paulo. Nope.
With a movie DB and listen to music. Perfect. Are we building an app based on the movie DB?
I think he's listening to the stream as a
Oh, listening to, yeah.
to us like as a background.
Lucas, feel free to run some polls. That's it. That is fun. I was having a lot of fun previous time with that.
Okay, we'll do that.
I don't know, run a poll like what movie should you watch this tonight?
Oh, that's a good one. Actually, it's Friday. It's gonna finish the stream like quite late,
Give
I
me
would
one
say,
second. I'm gonna
but
bring some water.
amazing.
You
That's a
can
very good suggestion.
entertain.
Guys, just write down your suggestions on the movie I should watch this weekend. And hopefully I'll have time for that. And Ditya, yeah, it's what do you like to listen to the stream because it's like calming for you, or is it because you feel that you're learning something new? It's more educational than just watching, let's say, I don't know, some podcast or I don't know, listening to music. I'm wondering, like, because I see people do choose sometimes to listen to, let's say, you coding with them, or basically. So I'm very interested in why is that?
To people listening.
Yeah, like why to listen while you're coding? Is it because you have a calming voice, or is better like helping to concentrate, or is it because like to it's educational and you're always learning something new?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also curious. Okie dokie. By the way, if you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We do every week these project-based tutorials where we help you build any kind of projects that you can imagine. And if you have any ideas, we have an idea board. Also, the link you'll find in the description. Submit your ideas of what projects you'd like us to build.
Yeah, already taking note of one. We'll share it with the team on Monday
Yeah,
call.
you got some ideas from the chat?
Yeah, there was some ideas.
Perfect.
There were actually.
All right.
Yeah, so
So
amazing. What's next for us?
the next step is we learned about queries, and this is how we get data in our application. Now let's go ahead and learn about mutations, how we can update data. So in this lesson, we're going to learn both about the use mutation hook from Tanstack query, and also we're going to learn how we can use the Supabase SDK to insert rows in our database. It's actually not that complicated, kind of the same as getting them, but we call .insert instead of .select. And let's go ahead and do that together. So what's going to be the mutation that we do? Most probably the create post, right? Here we can write a title, a body, we can select a community, and then we can press post. Let's go ahead and see where is that page. Let's go into the application, protected. Where is it? Tabs, create, and this
Yes,
is
here.
the create page. We have a post button, which we're gonna find somewhere in this header here.
Yep.
And what it does, it just says console log error. That's good. Now let's go ahead and start running the mutation. As I was saying, with Tanstack query, when we get data, we use the use query hook. When we want to change data or update data, we are going to use mutation hook from Tanstack React query. Let's go ahead and at the top of our component define use mutation, and again we need to send an object with some variables. We no longer need to provide the query key because a mutation is not going to change the local cache. A mutation is going to send data. So what we need is the mutation function, which again is an asynchronous function that should tell like what should I do, like how should I change the data. Well, here we need to use Supabase to insert a new post. Let's go ahead on Supabase and see how that can happen. I'm gonna go into the post table. Under API docs, you can see under insert rows that you can do that by calling this await Supabase from an insert. Let's do that together step by step. So first is await Supabase, and the Supabase was imported from our library where we created the client. Again, using the from, we specify a table. And then instead of doing select, we are going to do insert. And here you can provide, I think, an array of items, but maybe you can also provide just one item. Yeah. For that item, you need to provide the fields that it needs. For example, a title, and the title is going to be this one. What else does it need? if we look here, we see that we still have to do group ID string. It needs a group ID. Let's do here, I don't know, 1. And it needs user ID. Let's also do 1 here. And these are the most important things for a post, the required. Because ID is going to be auto-generated, created time is going to be auto-generated. You can also check that if you look at the edit table, under the columns, you see that it has a default value, and created at is going to be the current time step. The title is the one that is required. Description is not required, but we can give it because we have it here. Description is going to be the body text. And the image is optional, user ID is required, and group ID is required. Let's do user ID here as user ID so that we can also see it in the table. These are not the correct one. These are very temporary for a second. Now this Supabase is going to again return two things, data and error. This is a very common pattern with Supabase. Almost all operations with Supabase will give us back data and error. We know that if we have an error, we have to actually throw it so that the mutation is going to properly catch it. So let's do throw error. Otherwise, let's return data. The thing is that the insert by default is not going to give us back the newly inserted item. For that to happen, we need to, after insert, right here, we need to chain another call to select, saying that, hey, first insert the items and then select and give us back the values. We need back the values because we need to know like what's the new ID, what's the created at, and everything else that was inserted in the database. And only if we have a select, after the insert, we're gonna get the data here, we're gonna return it through the mutation. Now, the mutation result is similar to a query. For example, we get data, we have is pending, which is like a is loading, like if it's fetching. But another important method here that we get access to is the mutate method. That's because while a query is being executed as soon as we mount the component, a mutation is not executed. A mutation is just defined, and we get access to this mutate function that we can call to execute the mutation. Why? That's because mutations usually depend on some user event, a user pressing on a button or something happening, and only then you have to change things. So that's why it's not going to be run automatically. We need to get the mutate function and then call it. When do we want to call it? We call it when we press on the post button here. So instead of calling console error, we're going to call mutate. And again, you can rename it here after getting it, but I'm going to keep it like this. So let's go ahead and get the console log data and console log error. Or yeah, here there will be error as well. And if it's pending, let's actually disable the button. So what I can do here with a pressable, say disabled if the is pending. If we are currently sending the request, don't disable the button so that we cannot press it multiple times. Maybe even the text can be changed. If it's pending, we can say posting. Otherwise, we simply say post. Now let's give it a try. The title is going to be hello. The body is going to be body. if I select a community, I'll do post, and something happened. I don't know what, but we see here a code, invalid input syntax for UUID group ID. Well, the problem here is from this group ID, this is not a valid group ID. Let me actually go into the database, look at the groups, and take one of the groups here. For example, the React.js, or where is the notjust? Notjust developers. I don't see them. Here.
Don't have, oh yeah, we do have
Let
one.
me copy the ID. Let me hard code it here, and the same thing for user ID I'm going to do. Alice is posting something. So if now I'm going to post, we see null for the error, and we see a new item here. We've created that with description, with image, and so on. As you can see, this is an array. And we remembered, like when we are working with one items, we can call after select, we can do .single to get only one item instead of an array of one item. It's going to be easier to manage this data. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and extract the logic, the mutation function outside, because usually the logic of mutation is the one that contains more low-level code. That's why I will extract it from here. I'll put it first above. Let's call it const create or insert post equal, and this is going to be an async function. Now in the mutation function, I'll just say, hey, call and return the insert post. The thing is that we need to send some data here. We could manually say we need a title of type string, then we need a body text of type string, and so on. That would work, and as you can see, it's working. But I think a better way is to, again, use the auto-generated types by Supabase. Because if you look at these types, a post has multiple subtypes. The row is the type of a one selected item. The .insert is the type of the fields that we can specify when we insert. So we see here that it has group ID, title, and user ID as required, and everything else as optional. So it's going to be like this, const insert post equal, I don't think it's tables. I need to double check that. It's not a const but a type, obviously. If I do what? Posts, how can I access the insert part of this post? Is it like this? No. Let's see. TypeScript support. This is tables. Where is it? Generating types. Let me look more into this database file. We have database. What else do we have? Tables. Trying to make sense of this. Tables insert. This is what I'm looking for. So it should be tables insert and accessing the post. And this is going to be the type for an insert object for a post. So I can write here post insert post, and I can destructure all of it here as insert post. Why doesn't like it? Oh, I destructure the post. And here I'm overriding and I'm hard coding some data now, but later we're going to send it from there. Now when we call insert post here in our use mutation, we're going to make an object and send the title there and send the description that is going to be our body text. And that's it for now. Well, actually, we have to do this as well there. So I'm going to copy them from here. And this one as well. To make TypeScript happy. And I don't need to do anything here. I can actually delete this. And it's going to be super clean here. From post, insert post, select single, manage the error, return the data. That's it. Now here we call, when we run the mutation, we call insert post. We send things from the state. And now it should work. If I go ahead and do post, everything seemed to work. And if I look in the database, we should have some new posts. Do we? Created at, today is 28th here. So it should be at the top. These are the two one. Hello body, hello body. Perfect.
Amazing, amazing progress.
Yes. The next step I want to share is we see that we've got the data and the error similar way as we did with a query, right? We get them here. But usually, when this is like, you can do that, but rarely do I use it like this, because in most cases, what we need to do is when that mutation finishes, we need to do something with the data. So if I cannot do something here in the body of our component, because that's going to run every time we re-render, and I don't want to create a use effect on this. The whole point of using the query, Tanstack query, is to use the use effects less. So in order to perform some actions when the mutation finishes, we can actually do that through the use mutation here. Because now we send the mutation function, but if after that we send on success, we're going to receive the data that we already saw, and we can say console log data here. And the same thing can happen on error, and this way we kind of have callback functions that are going to be executed when our mutation either successfully finishes or throws an error. And we can do something here. For example, what do we do with data? I don't know what do we do with data, but probably we're going to do go back if it successfully works. And if there is an error, we're going to do maybe an alert failed to insert post. So now if I'm gonna come here, I lost the styles. Usually that happens when I do this kind of stuff. Now I got them back. Are we still here? Yes, we are still here. So now if I go here and say title, something like this, post, as you can see, the mutation happened. In the on success, we got access to the data, and we are performing some actions. We are saying, okay, if the mutation happened, like what should happen next? And we said go back. Perfect. And we no longer need it here to get access to the data and the error. Oh, on error, like this. And we don't need it here. You might get access to the error if you want to display it on the UI. If you might have a text here in the return statement that displays the actual error. In that case, you might need to take it from here. But if you want to do something with that error, you can also have both of them. Take it here and also do a on error. That's totally fine depending on your needs. Just know that it's possible with just getting data through here or having a callback that is going to be executed when the error happens. Now, the thing is that if we go to the Reddit, the home screen, we do not see our latest posts. I'm not sure even if we reload if we're gonna see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this mutation on a pause for a second, and I'm going to go into our protected index to fix a little bit our fetch post function. What I want to fix here is I want to, when fetching the posts, I want to sort them, or how do we call it, order, based on the created data. I want the most recent posts at the top. And in the options, I'm going to do ascending false to make them descending. If now I'm going to reload, we should see the latest post that I created here at the top. Perfect. I'm also going to add a helper function of how I'm also going to implement the pull down to refresh list. It might sound complicated, but it's super simple. From use query, we get two variables, refetch, which is a function, and is refetching. Now we take this, when we call refetch, the query function is going to be re-executed to take new data. And what we can do is in flat list, we can say refresh, or on refresh, call refetch. A little bit of tongue, how is it called?
I don't remember, but I know what you want to say.
Yeah, and refreshing is going to be is refetching. React Native Mastery Social Media, have 7 new notifications. Why do I have notifications there? That's from the course. I implemented notifications there. Anyway, just with taking those two variables and giving them to the flat list, I can come here and I can pull down to refetch so that new items are added here. I wanted to add this feature because I want to show you the next problem. New post. If I create a new post and I come back to this screen, I do not see it at the top of the screen. Maybe in some applications it's fine, but we can do better. We can already have a post here by the time we are navigating back. And the post is there, and we can see that if we pull down to refresh. We see at the top, new post. How can we make sure that after we create a new post, when we get back, it's going to be here? One second.
Take your time, take your time.
This, I'm going to go back into the create where we're running the mutation. And this is where query invalidations are coming into play. Invalidating a query basically means, hey, that query might have been affected, so go ahead and refetch it in the back. To invalidate a query, usually that happens after a mutation. When we run a mutation, we expect to change some data, and as a developer, we should know what kind of data might have been affected, and we can invalidate those queries. Let's see how that is going to happen in practice. First, we need access to the, not import. First, we need access to the query client that we can take using the hook use query client. This use query client is a hook imported from Tanstack React Query. Now, in the on success of our create insert post mutation, what do we need to do? We need to invalidate the queries that might have been affected. Queries that might have been affected by inserting a post. And to invalidate a query, we call query client.invalidate queries. And here we specify a filter based on the query key. What queries do we want to invalidate? And what we want is, we want to invalidate the feed query. And if we look at the query key, it has the posts here. So if I'm going to say, hey, after you successfully insert a post, go ahead and invalidate the query with the key posts. Why it's not working? Query client invalidate query. I think it should work. Let me just first check. If I post and I come back, it's already there. But why it doesn't like it? Let me check the docs.
Quick thing also, I don't want to interrupt, and nobody did complain about it, but can you open the Explorer on the side in order to not to cover by my camera some code? I see that it's good for now, but because you're usually writing at the top, but just in case.
Okay, I'll do like that. Thank you. So under mutations or query invalidations, oh, it's query key. Yeah, okay. Even this one worked. Probably this is the deprecated way, because we need to provide here a query key, and then here the query key that we want to invalidate posts. So now let's go ahead and do it once again. Create a new. Still working. And as soon as I press post, and by the time we go back, we're gonna see that it's going to be updated and it will appear here in the feed, because we are invalidating that query. Perfect. So that's another way, another reason one success callback function is good, because we can do this kind of query invalidations here. And this is our mutations, guys. Let's figure out one thing here. Until we actually finish this query or this mutation for inserting a post, we need to properly set the group ID here, not hard-coded. We have access to it through the atom, because when the user selects it through here, it's going to be available in the group. So we can simply say that the group ID is going to be group.id. And the group can be null as well. By the way, were you supposed to be able to post without a group?
Nope, you are not able.
So in that case, we cannot. We can add some validating logic here in the mutation, saying that if there is no group, then we can throw an error group not selected, or please select a group. And here, because we expanded the function, we need to return this result. And we need to put a comma here. So now if we get here, it's going to have this group ID like this. What am I doing? Oh, here it's like this. Yep. So now if I try to post something without a group, it's going to say fail to insert. And in the fail to insert, you can actually add the error.message here. And we're going to see the error message, please select a group. Because this error message is going to come from the error of our use mutation, but this use mutation is going to get it from the error that has been thrown here. The same thing with, you can do if title is not there. Then we can throw a new error. Title is required. I'm sure that you can do a way better job at validating the form using React form hook. That is another thing that we teach in React Native Mastery. When you are working with forms, like there is a much better way to validate the forms other than these if statements. So if you're interested, check out React Native Mastery for that. Lucas disappeared, right? Lucas, where are you? Por favor. You're here? I cannot hear you. Hello?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Perfect. What happened? As usual?
OBS.
OBS? Nice. All right, so we have title. Description is optional, so it's okay even if it's not going to be there. If we try, we need to select a group. If we post, title is required. Hello there, we can post without the description as well. And I can press and it will open the details of that page. Perfect, so far so good. The only thing here that we still have to do is the user ID. And that is going to be the next part. In a second. Before that, let me go ahead and commit create a post mutation. Whew.
How are you doing?
Good, going strong.
Amazing.
Yes, I really love implementing this kind of stuff, and after doing so many times, like it feels like this is complicated, but at the same time it's so easy with the right tools.
Yeah. Indeed, definitely 100%.
How is the first impression of Tanstack query, for example?
Tanstack query, really good. And you said like maybe you don't see at the start like why is it good? You feel like just adding that part, but I think you showcased quite well why is it so powerful.
Even this invalidate queries, this is a very
Yeah.
common part of having out of date UI. Like you go on the home screen, you load the data, when you create something or you do something in other places, when you come back and here it's still old data. And what people usually think that the solution is let's refetch the data when we focus on the screen. I think like we get like a lot of questions like this. How you can refetch data when you go back on a screen? Well, the question should be like, how can I have up-to-date data even without having to refetch every time I move from a tab to a tab? Because that would be unnecessary to always refetch it. We should only refetch when actually things are happening. For example, when a mutation is happening, then we should invalidate it. So this is a much more efficient way of managing like remote data.
Yep.
And with Tanstack query, you can actually implement like a very easy like a hook that will do that, will refetch when you focus on that on the page. And I showed that in yesterday in the course. You can do that as well, but again, this is only for some specific screens where data on remotely on the server can change very often, and you want to refetch it when you go back there. But again, it's not for all the screens. It might be, for example, for chat. When you go to the chat, you always want to refresh to see if you have messages.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, so the next part is going to be the interesting part. What we're going to do is, as you can see, we need to somehow connect a post that we insert with a user. We need to connect it with a user.
So how will we achieve that?
For that, the thing is that users in our case are managed through Clerk. We go to Clerk, we see users, they are here. And we need a way to connect it to user specifically from the Clerk, because later we're going to have to protect these tables. Now, as you can see, they are not protected. Anyone can read and write things from our database. In the next step, we're going to protect them and to say that, hey, only users that are authenticated through Clerk can insert items. Then we can say only owner, for example, only Vadim can update posts that are created by Vadim. Only the user, the owner, can delete a post. Only the user can delete a vote or a comment. So this row level security is very tied together with the authentication. And because we are using Clerk for authentication, in this step, we're going to connect Clerk with our Supabase. For that, let's go ahead and integrate Clerk with Supabase, and I have here a URL. I think I need some oxygen. Wait a second.
Okay, no worries. So, oh, I thought I'm not on the stream anymore as well again, but I am actually. So, guys, how are you doing? No, I am on the screen. You can go take a.
No, it's okay. Just open the door. Like I have a very the office. If I close the door and the window, not to have like noise from the outside. After like 2 hours, I'm like, oh, I need oxygen.
Yeah, indeed. I really want to see how this works, like connecting, but I also need some water already.
This is actually going to be my first time connecting it as well, so we're going to do it together.
So that's even better for people to see how everything goes, like ties up together. How do you read the documentation and all?
So yeah, let's go ahead, open the documentation on Supabase. There is also documentation on Clerk, but we're gonna go with this one from Supabase. So Clerk authentication, authenticate users, manages tokens, and Supabase uses Postgres and row level security to authorize things like this user is allowed to do that. Let's scroll down to see how we can integrate. Step 1 is we're going to create a function that will check the incoming user ID. And that function, we're going to call it request user ID. And this is going to be a database function. We're going to create it on the database layer, which is not like a Edge function. It's not like a JavaScript function. It's an SQL function that we can run directly on the database. And this function will parse the Clerk user ID from the authentication token. And what? Let's go ahead and do that. So in the sidebar, in the Supabase dashboard, we navigate to database functions. So database functions. Again, it's important to understand this is not an edge function. It's a database function which works on database layer, very close to the data, which is very performant. Let's go ahead and click create new function. For the name of that function, we're gonna give it requesting user ID. Schema, is it going to be return type text? Return type, let's use text. Show advanced settings, language, let's use SQL. What else? And this is going to be the definition. This is going to be what is going to be executed when we run this database function. And as you can guess, this is a SQL definition. Like it's not JavaScript, it's pure SQL. So what is going to do, like I'm not like super familiar with this, but like looking at the code, it's going to look at the settings, it's going to look at the JWT, and it's going to take the field sub from that JWT. Sub usually means subject or the unique identifier of a user. I think that's everything we need. Let's do confirm. And now this function, you can, because it's on a database layer, we can go into the SQL editor. And if I'm not mistaken, we can do select and call this function like this. If I do that, we see null because we do not have any authorization token, any DWT token. But indeed, it manages to call this function with this select. Let's go back to the documentation. And we need to create a user ID column. The following step will need to be performed on any tables you wish to secure. So, for example, on posts, we have already a user underscore ID. We're going to populate this user ID with the ID coming from Clerk. Same things for upvotes. It has user ID. Yes, it has user ID. Comments have user ID. Perfect. These are the tables that we're going to protect. Let's go into Clerk. Next, you'll create the user ID column in the table you wish to secure. This column will be used in the RLS policies to only return or modify records scoped to the user's account and will use requested user ID, the function that we just created, as the default value. This is an important, like we need to set that user ID with this function that is going to default when we do not send manually a value there. So what we have to do is for all the user IDs that we have here, starting with comments, we have to go edit table under user ID. For default value, we have to call the function requesting user ID. Let's do save. With a given ID column is of type UID, but the default expression is of type text. That's one of the first problems we have here. Fun. Let me think. So in the post here, we're going to do some changes. We are going to not remove. We are going to edit the table. And because at the moment the user ID has a local connection with a user's table, it has this type UUID. Again, we are no longer going to use local users. So I think it's very safe to even delete this table and delete the table and its dependencies objects. Let's try to delete. It's not going to allow me to delete because there are other tables that depend on these users. However, I can go into the posts. Let's wait to see what's going to happen here.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to come back real fast.
Okay. Come on, what's happening here? Okay, we're going to do that manually. For example, we're going to go into the posts, posts, edit, and we're going to manually remove the foreign key towards the user. Let's remove it. And let's go up, and here in the user ID, first let's remove a user ID altogether and do save. This is the first step to get rid of the old user ID. Now we can open it again, edit table, and we can ourselves add manually user underscore ID. Now we can say that this type is going to be text, and the default value is going to be requesting user ID function that we have defined previously. And it can be nullable. Yeah, let's keep it nullable for now. In future, like if you are starting fresh, maybe you can put it required. Let's go ahead and click save now. And the post now does not have a relationship with the local users, but it has the user ID that is going to be filled automatically with ID from Clerk. We need to do the same, for example, for comments, edit table. First, remove user ID from here, which will also should remove this foreign key towards public users. Remove and save. And let's go ahead and add manually a user ID here. User underscore ID of type text with requesting user ID function as default value. And the same thing for the upvotes. Edit table. We remove a foreign key towards users and the user ID field, which might break a little bit because let me cancel. Maybe I don't need to remove a field, because in that case the user ID is part of the key. So I'm going to simply remove the foreign key to public users, save. I'm gonna go back in upvotes, edit table, say the user ID of type. Yeah, now I can change the type because it's no longer connected to anything. I can change it to a text, which I'm not sure if it's going to allow me. Hopefully it will. Let's start by just simply changing the type and doing save. As you can see, I'm doing step by step, not to do too many changes at a time. And now finally I can go into the edit table and say that this user ID, the default value, is going to be the requesting user ID function. Save. So now I think we are safe to even remove this user ID, because if we look into the database, users should not be linked to anything. Let me reload. Yeah, as you can see, the user table is not connected to any post. At the moment, I'm going to keep it like this. I'm going to see in the future if I need to change anything. But now I'm not going to delete it. What we have right now is the tables in which users are going to insert data, such as comments, posts, upvotes. They have a column user ID of type text with the default value. The default value is requesting user ID function that we just created previous step. Let's go ahead and continue the guide. The first step is to enable RLS in your table and create the policies. We are going to enable RLS. But I'm wondering if now it's already going to work. Let me try something. As I said, I didn't try this before, so I'm going to be naive and say that I think now it's going to work. But first I'm going to do, because I changed the database structure, I'm going to do npm run gen types to regenerate the types. This is going to change a little bit here, especially, for example, in the source tabs index in the feed. We are no longer going to, if I go into the post list item, we're no longer going to have a users, and I'm not sure why it's still working. No, it's not going to work because we no longer have relation to the users. So we have to do a bit of changes in our services. Post service, we no longer have access to these users. So let's remove them. And in the index post list item, let's comment out this user. We're not going to have access to it. Let's do a question mark here. So if I reload, now it still works. The details page still works. but doesn't display the username. Okay, that's good. We are going to fix it later when we finish our connection. But I was wondering, in the post service, not in the post service, in the create post screen, protected tabs, create, we have here this mutation, insert post. We specify that the user ID will have a default value, meaning that we can skip this part. And I think it's not gonna work because we still have to do some changes, but anyway, it's worth trying. Let's do you have a user ID? Question mark, let's post it. We need to select a community. And let's go ahead in the database, refresh the data. Let's sort it on created at. And here, do you have a user ID? No, it doesn't have, because as I said, like we need extra steps there. And for the extra steps, actually, I'm going to skip the first step. I'm going to cover it in a moment. I just want, even without RLS, to see the user ID in the table. So skipping first step for a second. Fourth step. Yeah, let's do the fourth step. So to give users access to your data, the users that are managed through Clerk, then Supabase API requires an authentication token. The Clerk project can generate these tokens, but it needs the Supabase project JWT secret key. So Supabase, we have a secret key in our Supabase project. If we take that secret key and give it to Clerk, then Clerk can encode some data that only Supabase can decode, because only Clerk and Supabase will have a secret key. And by that, Clerk is going to encode some data that Supabase can read, this way understanding who is the user that is doing the request. So to do that, let's go ahead and find the JWT secret from Supabase dashboard, project API, project settings, API, is it data API? And here we see JWT settings with a secret. Let's reveal and copy it. Make sure to keep it a secret, not like me showing it in the live stream, but I'm going to delete it later as well. And what we have to do with this secret is we have to save this value in the field somewhere secure. This value will be used in the next step. We need to go on Clerk dashboard and create a template, create a way for Clerk to encode these tokens. So JWT template allows you to generate a new valid Supabase authentication token for each signed-in user. Those tokens allow authentication users to access your data with Supabase API. So we go to Clerk dashboard, JWT templates, new template, then Supabase. Okay, in our Clerk dashboard, we go into the overview. Maybe in configure, we go into the JWT templates under session management, and we create new template for Supabase. Here, what we need to do the value name field will be required when using the template in your code. For this, name it Supabase. Signing algorithm SH 256. Signing key, this is where we paste the Supabase JWT secret that we copied from here. Okay, signing algorithm, signing key, this is the JWT token. And then we click save. I would like to check the other things, for example, the lifetime of a token, 60 seconds. Maybe we can increase it, I don't know. And these are probably what fields do we give access to. For example, we can give access to first name. No, wait a second. Maybe it's through user metadata here is how we give access to more things. But we can come back here and adjust it. So let's first go ahead and save this template. And it should have been saved, right? If we go to the templates, we have a Supabase updated less than a minute ago. Perfect. Let's go ahead in the sixth part, the step, configure your application. The next step is to configure your client, the React Native client. Supabase provides an official client that we are using. Okay. And this guy is using Next.js. That's okay. Set up Clerk. To configure Clerk in your application, we did that. Not for Next, but for React Native. And we need to do some changes on the Supabase client. What we need to do on the Supabase client is we have to call create client from Supabase with these values, but then we have to override the global fetch function by appending the authorization token. So if I'm going to copy this global part, which I'm not sure where it ends, but probably here, and that's the missing part that we need. Let's go into our lib Supabase where we create the client. And here, besides the auth, like in this configuration, we can set globals. Yes, we see. And I will paste the code from there. So global, we override the fetch method. Fetch is used to send requests. And what we do is first we take the Clerk token and we add it as the authorization. This way telling Supabase what is the token. But the session, where is it coming from? Session is coming from use session from Clerk. I see, use session from Clerk. But in this case, we are not in a component, nor we are in a hook, so we cannot use a hook. What can we do? I think we should transform this into a hook, such as use Supabase. And in that case, we're going to have access to the session. Because otherwise, I'm not sure how we're going to have access to the session. Other than, yeah, I think the easiest way actually to have access to the session is going to transform all of this part into a custom hook called use Supabase. This is a custom hook, means a function that can use other hooks, such as const session equal use session from Clerk. And having this session here, having access to another hook, we can return the Supabase client. And the Supabase client is this create client, all of this part. So I'm going to copy it here. I'm going to remove it from here.
I want to interrupt you, but open the Explorer.
Yes, sorry. So we transform from exporting a constant to exporting a hook. That will influence everywhere where we use that Supabase client. We're going to have to take it from use Supabase. Oh, but that. Yeah. That is going to make it a little bit harder because our services are designed in a way not as a hook, but as functions. Let me think. It's either going to be sending it through the variable, through the parameters to a function, or using it as a hook. Let's see why here get token does not exist on a use session return. Get token does not exist. Oh, I think I need to destructure it, right? Yes, I need to destructure, and then we get token. I'm wondering, can I get the session Clerk Expo to get the session outside the hook or outside the lifecycle? I doubt it, because it needs access to there, but maybe from the token cache. Session. Get session. Session ID. Clerk client. Still needs the client. So we're going to have to re-engineer a bit how we're going to create these services. Maybe we're going to create them as hooks. We're going to see in a second. Anyway, this use Supabase now, as I was saying, is overriding the fetch method to take the Clerk token from the session and append it as an authorization header. And it's going to still do the fetch request. Here, Supabase. Let me come back to this one a bit later to see how to add it back. Perfect. Now we are going to have to think how we can use this use Supabase, because it has to be, we cannot use it in services. For example, in post service, we no longer can do that. We need to take access using a hook use Supabase, and we cannot take access to it here because this is not a hook, this is a function. We can think about transforming it to a hook. But do we want to? Or we can say, hey, give me the Supabase client here. But I'm not sure if it's going to be properly typed. Should we type it as database? So we are going to send Supabase through there. But it doesn't like it. No. Supabase. What's going to be the type of Supabase client? And here as well. This is one way, like to not get to receive it through parameters, and that means that where we call fetch posts in our index, right? Here we need to send the Supabase client. Now to get access to Supabase client, we need a hook use Supabase from lib Supabase, and we get access to it like this: Supabase equal use Supabase. We can take it and send it to the fetch posts to be used there. That's one way. What's happening? To use Supabase is clear here. Is it? Oh, I need to do export. index use Supabase. Okay, after exporting, this is working. And I need to do the same in other places as well, where we call fetch post. I don't think we call fetch post in our places, but we call fetch post by ID, for example. So this one as well needs the Supabase here, which we're going to get access to it through import use Supabase from the lib. Supabase equal use Supabase, and we send it to the function. Perfect. And one more place. Let me try to see if it works. Okay, so this one works. The details works, which is good. The only thing left to do is go back into the services. Post service here, we implemented these two. Now we need to go on the create. For group services, remind me, Lucas, to do that as well. Maybe let's do it now. We need Supabase here as Supabase client of type database. And when we fetch groups, in the group selector, here we need to import use Supabase, get access to Supabase, and send it to the fetching method. Now if I go to create, this fetching of groups works as well. And finally, it's going to be on the create, in the tabs in the create group here. We need access to Supabase. It's not gonna be this, is going to be use Supabase. We are going to get access to it here. And we're gonna give it to the insert post as a second parameter. In the insert post function, we have first post, and then we have Supabase as Supabase client of type database. So now, actually, if I try to create a post, I believe it should work. It might fail, like there are almost 90% time that it's 90% chances that it's not gonna work from the first time. But let's see, does it work? Do you have a user ID? Post. It was posted, that's good. Let's go into our database. Under posts, and we see does it work. I'm gonna scroll slowly, and user ID, actually it has a group ID, but it also has a user ID. And if I take this user ID and go to Clerk under users and do search, will it work? Here it is.
Amazing.
It belongs to my account. Let's go. So how did everything work? Let me see if this is the last step. We're doing everything in one file, but it's a bit too much. But even with this custom hook, it's not that bad. It can be reused. That's the benefit. Okay, that was the last step. Later we're gonna go into the RLS, but that's the next step. So let's just recap what happened, because a lot of things just happened. Let me think if I will recap in the order of implementation. or maybe in the order of what's happening with the user. Let's do that from the user's perspective. So in our application, we implemented authentication through Clerk. The user creates an account, then he signs up with his account like this, notjust.dev. When he creates an account, his data is stored in Clerk. So Clerk is the service that is managing this user, together with information about the user, together with IDs of that users, and so on. So we keep using Clerk for authentication, but we want to add some rules on the database layer to say that only specific users are allowed to do specific things. And at the same time, we want to do it in a very secure way. So what are we doing to accomplish that? We first say that, hey, in the lib Supabase, every Supabase request that we're going to send to our Supabase SDK, that is the one responsible for interacting with the database, every fetch request there is going to be appended automatically with an authorization token that is taken from Clerk. But the thing is, and Clerk is the one responsible for authorization. The thing is that Clerk should know how to generate these tokens, because if Clerk generates it on its own, only Clerk is going to be able to decode them. What we are doing is we are specifying a template for Clerk to use to generate a token, and only then with the template that we created, we give it as authorization. Now this template is important because this is how we tell, hey, this is where we are making the connection between Supabase and Clerk. If we go back into our JWT templates under Supabase, we created a template called Supabase, and the signing key, the key that is going to be used to encode that token, is a secret that only Clerk knows because we gave it here, but it's a secret that is managed by Supabase. So in Supabase, if we go into Data API, there is JWT secrets, and this is the secret that Supabase is using to encode and decode authorization tokens. So now that Clerk is using the same key to encode it, only Supabase is going to be able to decode it. This is what makes this integration secure. Only Supabase and Clerk can encode and decode these tokens. Now that we are attaching the authorization header with the requests to the server, to the database, we need a way to decode and take the ID or take the information from that token. That's where we created a database function called requesting user ID. This function is going to look at the JWT claim at the request and will take the sub, the ID of a user. And then, based on this function that we generated here, we can use it as defaults for our fields. For example, in this case, for post, we say that the user ID field by default is going to take the user ID from the authorization header using the helper function here. So now when we create a function, create a post from here, from our application, it's going to encode the token with Clerk. It's going to send the token to Supabase, and Supabase is going to decode that token and take the user ID and set it for the last post. And if I refresh, I didn't post it, right? And if I post, I should see that the last post there should have a user ID, and it doesn't because it needs a sort created at. Here it is, and we have two posts related to the same user. Perfect. Now that we have this data here and we have access to the authorization token for every request, we can now add rules on who is allowed to do what. We can say that only user with this ID is allowed to update this item, or only user with this ID is allowed to delete this item. This is called row level security rules, and we're gonna do that in the next step. For now, let's do a git add, git commit -m, integrate Clerk with Supabase.
Also, open up later File Explorer.
Oh yeah. Come on. I forgot how to open B. No. Okay. Forgot the shortcut. All right. So that was cool. I think it's super easy. Like we had some. It was a little bit slower for us because we didn't prepare well beforehand. We had to do some changes on the database because we no longer keep track of the users locally. We are keeping track of them with Clerk, and we also have to change a little bit how we are interacting or using the use Supabase.
That's amazing. That happens a lot when coding. Like you start doing, you see, okay, it's not exactly like that. You need to readjust, and you need to learn this thinking of like how to readjust, solving the problems. It's really interesting and cool to see it in action, especially.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering with this use Supabase, isn't it going to create a client every time we use the hook?
That's a good concern.
I need to put here to do. Check if it creates a client every time we use it. I'm gonna check that later. We don't see any issues or warnings, but that still might not mean that it's not a problem.
Seems to work
And
fine.
even previous time we were importing it in multiple places and we were calling create client multiple times. So I don't think it should be a problem. We'll see. How is everyone doing?
Good. Everything is going smooth, I would say.
Perfect. Right. Okay. So we are at 128 viewers. Going
Yep.
strong today.
This
Perfect.
Friday is for learning.
By the way, is Friday the best day, do you think, like for learning?
Not
Because
sure.
we started doing the live streams on Friday for a very long, for like, I don't know, 4 years ago, and we're still doing that. But I was thinking these days, like maybe we should rethink it.
Maybe.
I don't know.
That's
What
a
do
very
people
good
do
poll.
usually on Friday? What?
That's a very good poll to run in the chat.
Yes.
Not sure if I'll find out how to run it. Actually, I already did. So I'll create a poll for that.
Yep. Because Friday is a moment where probably people already like, okay, it's already weekend. I'm not gonna learn something. I don't know. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
I was actually thinking the same thing, but I never like.
Feels like
You see, sometimes people just put it on as a podcast just to be productive as well. It's also good. And then if they really want it, they can rewatch it during the week. But I want to check it out still.
Yeah, let us know in the comments what day.
I'll create a poll. Wait a second.
Join. And in terms of our progress, we have integration with Clerks. Now it's going to be about RLS. This is a bit confusing for people. Like it's a topic that And I understand it's a bit complicated, so I'm going to spend a bit of time to explain it. Someone is asking, is Supabase off bad? Why Clerk? I don't think Supabase off is bad. So I think like if you're sure that you're using Supabase, you're only going to use Supabase in your project, and you don't need any sophisticated authentication parts there, I think you can easily go ahead and implement Supabase off. However, if you want a tool that was built and designed for authentication with way more integrations, with much better features when it comes to authentication, Clerk is a great solution. And Clerk works not only with Supabase, it works amazingly with other backends. Like, it doesn't care about the backend, it cares only about the managing users and authentication. So it's a really versatile solution to know and use it whenever you need it in future. For example, if you're going to use, if you just need auth and you maybe don't need even a backend, you can use Clerk for that. If you're going to build your small backend with API routes in Expo Router, I don't think you need to engineer the authentication logic in API routes yourself. In that case, you can put Clerk there and use API routes. Or if you're building a Node.js, you can use Clerk with Node.js. Because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to bring Supabase just for the authentication. So if you need both database storage and authentication from Supabase, yeah, maybe in that case it makes sense. But if it's just about auth, Clerk is the best. Real time with Supabase. Real time with Supabase. Real time. Lucas, add a note somewhere if we have time to cover real time, but I'm not sure. Let's see.
Okay.
I need another day there. It's Thursday.
Yes, we will. We'll see the winner
okay.
from this poll, because I could not add like more than 4.
Okay.
So, and then the winner from this it's a tournament, so it's gonna be way more interesting.
Okay, you do you. Okay, so I'm gonna bring some water and we continue with RLS. RLS needs a little bit of oxygen, Nice. Okay, I'm gonna be back.
Didier is still listening, everything, still here. Glad to see you're participating in the chat as well. And yeah, you're supporting Friday quite heavily, I would say. See, most of the people are voting for Friday as well, but we'll see. We'll keep it running for a bit more. I want to have more votes. But yeah. We'll see. And why do you think Friday is the best day? Because I see most of the people do vote for it. So maybe if someone else could leave a comment, that would be amazing. Oh, okay. Friday is getting way more votes already. But yeah, amazing. Hello world. Hello to you too. How are you doing today?
Hello. So what's
Oh,
going
you're
on?
back.
Oh, I forgot my water.
Okay, guys. So are you ready to continue with this?
Yes,
Amazing tutorial.
And yeah, let's go ahead and cover the next step is going to be RLS. Now that we have the context of who is the user that is doing the request coming out from the Clerk token, and we have that decoded into a user ID through the function requesting user ID, we can add some logic on operations in our tables to say that some operations can only be done by some users. The first one, let's go ahead and focus on posts. And let's go ahead and we see that the RLS are disabled. RLS stands for row level security, meaning that we apply security on every row in that table. So every operation that we try to do on a row is going to first go through some checks to see if you are allowed to do that. Let's go ahead and enable RLS, enable this. And by default, even if we enable, there are no policies, so everything is going to be allowed. Let's press on add RLS policy, and this is going to take us to the configuration, policies, and here we see the policies for the table posts. Let's go ahead and press on create a policy. And this is the interface for creating a policy. It might be a bit intimidating, but we're gonna take it step by step. The first things first is, let's go ahead and cover the insert. I'm going to, from templates, select insert here. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, let's not take any. I'm gonna discard and let's do create policy. And let's create the policy manually without the templates. So I'm gonna hide the tools. The policy name is going to be allow authenticated users to...
Vadim,
Yes, I forgot.
your screen.
Yes. So I'm going to do that again.
Thank you, Paolo. We see that people are paying attention.
Thank you
That's
very
good.
much. So let me do that again. Okay, where to start? Okay, I got RLS. RLS stands for row level security, and it's the logic or the checks that we apply on a table that is going to be applied on every single row. Like when we try to interact, either inserting, updating, deleting, selecting, and so on, these rules are going to apply at the row level. So for every individual item. That's why it's called row level security, short RLS. We see that our tables have this RLS disabled. So go ahead and press enable RLS for the table. And I want to do that for the post, which I have here enabled. Now there are no policies, it's just enabled. And we have to press add RLS policy to start defining policies for different operations. For example, inserting, deleting, updating. For that, we're gonna go ahead and press create policy. I'm going to hide the templates for a bit and we're going to try to implement them together. For example, the policy name can be, hey, allow insert for authenticated. The table it's created on is the posts. It's going to be a permissive behavior, like allowing something. You can also do restricting, not allowing. But we are allowing insert operation with the target roles. Authenticate. Let me think about that. I'm gonna look in the documentation here to see if it's the same with neighbor RLS. Create a policy. Want to enforce that the data return has a user ID. Authenticated. Yes. So let's go ahead and for the target role, select authenticated. saying that only authenticated users are allowed to perform an insert operation on the post table. That's it. We can go ahead and click Save Policy. And we need to provide here an expression which can be, I think, true if we do not have any more checks. Like the target role is enough for us. If it's authenticated, he's allowed to insert. Now I'm gonna go back, and for a second I'm going to comment out in the Supabase lib this header set. This would make our request look like they are not authenticated. If I'm going to reload, we don't see any items there. And why don't we see the items? Let me see if I add it back. Will it display? Maybe. I'm gonna check the error inside tabs index console log error, but it's no error, right? Maybe, if I'm not mistaken, it might be by enabling RLS, it's going to be denied by default. So we are not going to have access by default. Let's try to create a new policy for allow read for anyone, or maybe for also authenticated. This really depends on what do you want to allow, what authentication rules you want to allow. If you allow public users to read the post or only the ones that authenticate. So I will do authenticated for select, and I will do the role authenticated, and here in the SQL statement I'm gonna say true. Save policy, come on, save policy. So now I have two policies. If I go back and do reload, hello, it's me. I will go ahead and debug this by looking at that in the dev tools at the network to see what requests are being sent here. For example, posts, preview. So there is no error, but it's empty list, which gives me an understanding that it's a permission error. If I'm gonna go back and for the select, I'm going to edit this policy to allow not only to authenticate. Why is it authenticator? It should be authenticated. Authenticated. I'm gonna check with this one. Maybe it's my mistake. If I do reload, tell me that it's gonna work. Yes, it's actually working. It's actually working. It's working. The only thing is that now we are also trying to fetch the group, but by default, if we have our RLS enabled, and it is enabled on the group, we should also specify who is allowed to read items. By default, nobody is allowed to do anything. So we're going to go into the RLS policy of the groups as well, and let's create a policy to allow read for authenticated. And we're gonna do select and the authenticated. Make sure not authenticator. And here we're gonna do true. This is the if statement, and we just do it on the role, not on any other logic. And we do save. And now if I'm going to reload, we're going to see that we are back up running. And I also wanted to show you that now if someone who doesn't have a token, and I'm going to comment out to simulate that someone doesn't have a token, if he's going to try to go into our application, there is not going to be any error, but because he doesn't have any access to any items there, we're going to see an empty screen here. So by default, the functionalities like in our services from post select everything, they are going to only return the items that we have access to, and the items that we have access to is going to be defined by the RLS policies. And here we are allowing, for example, the groups to be read by only users who are authenticated. You can, maybe the groups, for example, I will show you how we can change to be allowed to be read maybe by anyone. So the groups are public information. So in that case, we can put anon here. So that means that all, I'm wondering if we should do both anon and authenticated, because authenticated is users who are authenticated, anon is users who are anonymous. So let's do save, and this in now, even though we don't have access to the posts, that is only for users who are authenticated, we should have access to the communities. And indeed we have access to them, even if we have this token missing. If we're gonna add the token, we are going to have access to both posts and to communities as well. So that's, at the end of the day, a big picture like what role level securities are. It's are some rules that specify who should have access to what and to do what. And this is for selecting a policy. One second, let me check something. For example, I mean, let's double check the RLS policy for creating. So now I don't think I'm going to be allowed to create a community. If I'm going to try to post, it actually does, but why? If I go into the post, did they create the insert? Yes, I created insert. So that's why it's working, because I already created the insert property for authenticated role. But now let's try to implement the delete feature. The delete feature is a very sensitive one because we only want to allow owners of a post to delete items. I'm going to do that maybe through the header here. Let me try. Hopefully Lucas is not going to be mad at me because I'm breaking his UI, but I'm going to go into where application, protected, group, not group selected, post ID, and here Lucas, is it here? Maybe through the layout, you have adjusted the header right.
Yep.
Can I do some of these configurations and specifically the header right? Or I'm going to override it actually in the ID here. I'm going to put the header right here. The stack. I'm going to skip the name because we are in the details page. I'm going to skip the options, not all the options, but title, style, because this is handled through the layout. The header left, I'm going to skip it, and I'm only going to override header right. And what I want to do is a delete button. Can I do that?
You can do that,
You
yes.
can try. Is there a trash icon in end design? Is it the trash icon in material icons? Is there in typo? Yes, there is an in typo. Doesn't look the best, but it's there. So what I want to do here, let's go ahead and implement the delete functionality of an item. To delete an item, we first need to define a service in the post service, similar to how we fetch. We're going to have export const delete post by ID, an async function. We're going to receive ID of a post we want to delete, and we're going to also receive a Supabase client. To delete a post, we still work with Supabase, so await supabase.from. This is how we target a table from post. We want to either remove or delete. Is delete. And we can also specify what count, how many items we want. So make sure to delete maximum 1, but it's very important. I don't think we need count 1. I don't know why I did that. It's very important when you delete to add the equal sign, because otherwise you're going to delete everything. So we want to delete the item which ID is equal to the ID that we provide. Then we can do const. Not sure if there is any data actually after deleting, but we're going to check if there is error. We're going to throw it. Else return data. Nice. Let's go ahead and create a mutation on the details screen that is going to execute delete post by ID. That one is back in our application protected post ID. And we are going to, after the query, let's go ahead and do a use mutation. And the mutation function is going to be delete post by ID, and the ID is going to be this ID. And also we need to send the Supabase. Perfect. On success, what should happen on success? I think we should just do router.go, router.back. But for that, we need access to the router. And on error, let's take the error and do alert.alert error. And here, let's do error.message. And the alert imported from React Native. On success, like if we are implementing it correctly, we should also invalidate some queries, because by deleting a post, most probably the feed also changes to remove that item. So let's get access to the use query client. And let's invalidate query client. Let's invalidate here. Before we go back, we do query client.invalidate queries. Query key is going to be posts. So the query from the feed, we're going to invalidate it. Okay. Now this mutation will give us back a mutate, which we can rename it to delete. Why it doesn't like delete? Oh, delete is a keyword. Remove. We can call remove when we press on the icon. So in the trash icon, if I press here, let's call remove. Remove. Call it. Perfect. Now let's try to go to this das and let's try to remove it. It didn't work. Even though we went back, we see that the item is still here. Nor did it throw an error. Well, that's because we are not allowed to delete a post. Now nobody is allowed to delete a post. If we do the same policy for delete, so let's go into the table editor under posts, off policies. Is it off policies? Why is it an RLS policy? Off policy. And create a new policy. We can go ahead and say delete post or allow delete only by owners. So we're going to select delete action and we're going to say let's allow only authenticated users. And for now, let's also do true here. I want to show you the problem. At this moment, what we say is that we allow only authenticated users to delete items here at the top. If we do that, yes, I'm going to be able to delete this item. Perfect, the item was deleted. We don't see it anymore. But the problem is that I'm also going to be able to delete how to get started in TypeScript. If I delete this one, it disappears, even though I am not the owner of that post. And I see that Lucas disappeared. Lucas, hello. I think you are on stream. Yes.
Hello, hello.
So you see where the problem is here. Even though, yes, it only allows delete to people who are authenticated, but that's not the only rule we want to apply. We don't want any user to be able to delete any kind of post. And just by hiding this button from the front end, that doesn't mean that your backend is secure, that your application is secure. Because if your API allows these kind of actions, bad people can find these problems and take advantage of that. So we need to do these checks on the backend, not on the client side. For that reason, I'm going to edit the delete policy. And I'm going to say here, hey, yes, only the authenticated user should be able to delete, but I also want to apply a little bit of a logic. And the logic is going to be if the user ID of a post is equal to the user ID of the user that is sending the request. And that can be done with this logic. Requesting user ID equal to user ID. And we remember that requesting user ID is a helper function that will decode the token and take the ID of a user. Come on. And the user ID is the column from the table that we are using, public posts. So if I do save policy now, come on. I should still be able to delete this post at the top. If it's mine, I don't remember. Yes, but if I try to delete this one, why React Native is the best, I don't think I should be able to do that. And as you can see, I was not. Even though I have a button, I'm trying, but it's not deleting because it's not my post and you should not be deleting it. So yeah, that's how you do that. That's how you apply the role level security. We'll learn how to do that through simply role-based security like authenticated node. And these are great for allowing to insert or to select. But things like that depend on a specific item like delete or update, whatever operations are. Yeah, delete or update. That one I recommend to also apply some checks to make sure that only owner of that item is allowed to do that. And you can do that with this example that we had created here. In the requesting ID is equal to user ID that you're trying to do. Perfecto. I'm not sure why it's not throwing an error actually. I was expecting it to throw an error if we don't have permissions. Let me check that here in delete post ID. Delete Okay, if error, throw error. It simply says nothing, like, ah, yeah, you're trying to delete, but I'm not gonna allow you. Posts. API docs, let me check here, delete rows. Error. Yeah. Maybe you can do select here. I don't know. Response data, status text. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can adjust that as well, but I'm okay even with just simply ignoring it. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add here git add git commit RLS and delete post. You know what I'm going to do? The thing is that now we are doing a lot of changes on the Supabase with the database design and so on, but it only lives on the Supabase. So if I'm going to delete this project later, we're going to lose all of this configuration, all of this database and so on. So there is a way like Supabase local, how to set up the local development and how to pull these changes in your source code so that later you can take the code and run this project on your account. So what you need to do is what? Install Supabase CLI and then do npx Supabase init. Let me do that here in our project. So Lucas, what's the day that won?
So far, for like Friday and Saturday are very close. Friday is winning, but by a small margin.
Okay, after doing npx Supabase init, we have a new folder, Supabase, and we have to continue by I think connecting it. How do we connect? Come on.
We have a birthday today.
Whose birthday it is?
Prince Kumar.
Prince Kumar, congratulations. The next step we have to do is we need to connect our Supabase link with our remote project, because this Supabase is a local instance of Supabase that we can run locally. We are not yet running it, but we can. But by linking it, we can go ahead in our Supabase dashboard, take the project ID and provide it here, and then it's going to link it with our project there, and that's where we need the password. Now remember, I saved it somewhere very secure. Failed to connect because what? Let me try again. I'm not sure if I copied the password correctly. Okay, now it worked. And the next step I want to do is do npx Supabase is it pull -- linked, and that is it Supabase db pull. That requires Docker, so I'm going to have to run Docker. This is optional, guys. This is just for me to make sure that you are also going to have access to the Supabase code, not only to the client side, because like all of this configuration that we set with RLS, like I don't want to lose them. I want you to have access to them. So after running Docker, I'm going to try it again. The remote database system does not match the local. I think I need to stop some current npx my local Docker is running some old project, most probably. So I need to stop it. Yeah. Let me check if I can do Supabase stop. Stop local development setup. And if I do pull again, it didn't. I don't think it stopped it. Let me stop it manually. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit for all the containers to stop. By the way, did you know that Supabase is open source and you can host it yourself? You can run it locally. You can host it on any server. You can even host it on a Raspberry Pi if you want. You don't have to go for supabase.com.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
We are hearing some nice words about the tutorials. So
Yeah.
that's also glad to hear. And Friday and Saturday actually are equal now, 50-50 split.
I don't think we're
So
ever
I'm
gonna
keeping
do it
it
on
still
Saturday.
live.
I'm not sure if we're ever going to move it to Saturday.
Saturday is
I don't think
strong one.
our families are going to be very happy about that.
No, probably no, yeah. We definitely hear some complaints about that. How are you yourself holding up? Still a lot of energy?
Good. Yeah, very, very good.
Nice.
Not sure why it's not stopping. Come on. I'm even going to delete you if you're not stopping.
Well, that's good. That's good. Okay. Nice, Prince. Very glad to hear. You've learned something.
We live, we learn. Come on, what's going on here? npx Supabase status. And if I do db pull, come on, do something. I don't think I want to repair anything. npx Supabase start. Let's see, maybe now it's going to work. I'd have to go to that folder and do stop. Actually, you don't have to go to the folder. Sometimes if I do start, Supabase will tell me like the project with that ID is running, so just copy this command. So you don't really need to go there. You can just do, you just need to know the ID of that project. Yeah, now I did start and we'll see like if it first downloads everything and then it will start the local database. Hopefully my computer will hold everything.
So far, so good. So far, so good.
We'll see, we'll see.
Oh, wow, Prince. So you were watching from quite a long time ago. An old subscriber.
Oh, look, here is what I was saying. It failed to start because there is another project running and it gives us like what we have to run. So we can do that, but I will make sure to prefix it with npx Supabase stop, and I will stop the previous project that was running locally on my Docker. And now I can do npx Supabase start. Come on, let's go.
Containers are being built.
Yep.
Amazing.
And again, this is optional, only like to run it locally. What is the hardest part about like Supabase and everything else that we did today?
Not sure, to be honest. It felt like it's pretty easily understandable. It's not that crazy to use, to be honest. Couldn't say, to be honest, definitely. What
Okay.
was the hardest for you to build? That's also a question.
I don't remember. Like, I mean, like now after doing it so many times, it's hard to say. But at the beginning, like if I remember, probably RLS is one of the things that maybe it clicked for me, but I see that it's complicated, and I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that it's super easy. The whole concept, like,
yeah.
it's interesting, and writing them, like, also is, I don't write them from memory. Like, I always try to find examples, copy paste them, and adjust them.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being the hardest part for sure. But in general, it's pretty nice, not gonna lie.
And by the way,
I'm
while we are
actually
waiting,
excited to what?
while we are waiting, guys, go ahead and as a homework, go through our tables and create the RLS, because we are not done yet. For example, on the post, if we look at the policies, we have for delete, insert, and select, but if you also want to support updates, you need to create a policy. So when you're later going to implement something and it's not going to work, think about, is it an issue with policy? Am I not allowed to do that? So you can, to double check that, you can go into, for example, update to all, and say anyone can do this. And try it with this and then you are going to understand if it was a problem with policy or not. But try to always add the right roles that you want and also the right rules here. And there are some templates that you can look at. For example, inserting to authenticated users, where update user based on email. This is going to, for example, look at the email and compare it with the email from the table. But now that we are using Clerk, that's not the way. Don't think this is going to work for us. But maybe it's going to work because it's kind of the same for us as well. Okay, what's going on there locally? Supabase ready container is not ready starting. Come on. Let's try db pool again. Okay, I'm going to try to do that after the stream, because as I said, this is just for me, for you to have access to these migration files, which now are empty. But what this database pool does is going to look at the project on our supabase.com with all the tables, with all the row level security of all the database functions, and it's going to create a migration file here that you can then host it locally or deploy to Supabase or anywhere else. But basically the backend is going to be a set of migration files, a set of configuration that you can initialize anytime. Okay, so let me do here git add, just not to forget that, git commit work in progress Supabase local. And this is also important when you're writing Supabase edge functions, because you can only write them from here. Okay, let's go back to our task board. And now that we have RLS, let me see if we actually need some other RLS right now. If we're gonna do comments, we're gonna need then there. Yep. Maybe. Let's see what we are planning. Upvotes. Upvotes. Should we implement upvotes? I think we should. So we need to. Do we have downvotes as well?
It is kind of like, yeah, you can downvote, but it's counting as one integer. Basically, how many upvotes does it have? So if it's 160, if someone downvotes, it's gonna be 159. Not separate.
Yeah, the thing is that I prepared our table because we are not going to update a number when doing the upvote. We are actually going to insert an item in a table. That would be a much more secure way, because we know like which user upvoted which post, and we can also apply row level security on that. And in my case, I thought that Reddit only has upvotes, but then yeah, like you're saying, I think it also has downvotes. So we can go ahead in the upvotes and say, let's edit the table and adjust, maybe add a new column that will say if it's an upvote or downvote. Or we can also do a value here. But if it's a value, it can only be. No, let's do is. Should we do is downvote in the upvotes table? A little bit confusing, but is downvote. Let's do a boolean like this, and then we can select all of them, select all upvotes, select all downvotes, and then count. Or if we do here with value, in that case we can just sum them if they're going to be either 1 or -1. So okay, let's do it like this. Integer, it should be low. Can I add here? No, I cannot do anything. Value, integer, and by default it's going to be 1. And it's also not nullable. So let's do save. And now all our current votes are upvotes. But if that value is going to be -1, that is going to be considered a downvote. Sounds good?
Sounds amazing.
Sounds amazing. Now, should I do it like how we're supposed to do it, or how usually people would do? I'm speaking about row level security. Usually when I work, I forget about them and I start implementing, and then I see that something is not working, and then I come back. So let's do the same here. We're going to go into our application and we're going to start implementing the upvotes and downvotes. First of all, like what we're gonna need here, we're gonna need to insert, we're gonna need to count, we're gonna need to check if a user has a vote or not. So first, let's talk about counting. At the moment, in our components post list item, the post list item is trying to show here the number of upvotes. But we do not have this field when we're querying the post. What we can do is we can go ahead in our services, post service, and when we fetch a post by ID, not only should we take the detail about a post and a group, but also the count of upvotes. So let's check here in the post API docs, read row, and there should be select count. Let's check the docs. Supabase docs select count. I imagine that it's just simply count because it's that it should be that easy, but I want to show the data here. Getting data, query. Here, querying reference table with count. So we are specifying the name of the table, and then we say count. So the name would be upvotes. Count is actually how many. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna figure things out. Now let's look at the data. Console log data. We don't have access here. Let's do it here. And I'm going to do JSON.stringify data. If JSON.stringify, and then I need null and 2. If I reload now and go to the details of a post, it's going to fail, but I want to look at the data now. Here the data, group upvotes, and upvotes is an array and it has a field count. Can we do something about it? Query with count options. Count. Look, but even with count, we are not good. So I'm gonna have to think about how to do it better, because we are not looking at the upvotes count. We are looking at the upvote counts that are positive, that are 1, not -1, because those are downvotes. So this one is 0. Let me try to find one that has some upvotes, and those should be somewhere at the end of the screen. If I go here, count 2, and let me try to do something. For example, this is the ID of a post. What if I go into the Reddit, into our database? There's going to be some interesting challenges today. Let's do filter based on the post ID. This filter. So it should be two votes. What if I insert a new one with the same post ID with the same user ID? I don't know what user ID to put there. Let me do just a random one. But the value is going to be -1, saying that this is a downvote. If I do that, now we have 3 items here. 3 votes, 2 are up, 1 is down. If I reload, this count here is going to count all of them, all the related items to this post. So it's going to say upvotes. Come on. Oh, I have to go there. Is it the last one? I really hope. 3. So how can we do a conditional count? Supabase conditional count. What if I do sum? But that's going to be the total. No. It works, but that's going to be the total votes. By the way, Lucas, in the post list item, do we also calculate the downvotes, or that's not a value?
Just total value.
So upvotes here is the, in this case, like as we have it here, where we have 1 plus, or 2 plus and 1 minus, the upvotes is going to be 1, right?
Yep.
So it's not going to be 2 upvotes and 1 downvote. It's going to be just a
No,
value
no, it's gonna be
here,
1, yes.
and that one
If
is
it's,
just a button.
yeah, it can go below like 0, so it can be minus 10 as well.
Okay, so in theory, like if sum works, I think that's perfect for us. And let's check if sum works, because that's sum, like summing of yeah, there is no sum, I think. Oh, but it doesn't know like on what. It should be some value. Supabase.
I'm checking out this one.
Supabase relational sum. I mean, I can do that in another query, totally fine, but I'm thinking if I can do that for one query. Postgres.
You should, like, you definitely should be able. Can you add something like
You can add
equals,
a database function.
To the select?
You can add a database function, yeah. Select release.mean. For example, I can do, for example, in the posts, release year. Can I do maybe, how's it called? Upvotes.value.max. I saw that it exists. It's not like a correct one, but no. Movies. Some. It kind of should be, because it works with for example, I can say what does a post have? Everything is text.
Can we access, like, filter it out, for example, with equals and something upvotes dot, I'm not sure how you have it in the database, but something like with equal afterwards, like you have an ID
to equal.
So can you merge the tables?
but like merging is not a problem, because merging is like upvotes, and it's
Yeah.
going to automatically merge and get only the upvotes related to this
So
post.
can you like access it afterwards as well to have it something like equals and upvotes dot and row should be one, or I forgot how you have that column named.
The value of the upvote.
Yeah, so basically get only the ones with the oh, but it needs to be also like the downvoted ones. So you get only
Look, I'm
okay.
not going to overcomplicate stuff here. If anyone knows that, let me know. But I'm going to have it as a separate fetch request called export const fetch post upvotes. This is going to be the ID of a post. Then we are going to have a Supabase, and we are going to do as normal data error equal await Supabase dot from upvotes. What we want to do there is we want to select the upvotes where the upvote post ID. Come on, select. Let's do select everything for a second. Equal post ID is equal to the ID that we are trying to fetch here. And then the select, let me do it like this. And this is going to simply get us all the upvotes. But in the next part, we're going to have to sum them together. So I'm going to get this fetch upvotes into the post list item. And inside of a post list item, I'm going to run this query. Const use query. The query key is going to be posts. Then we should specify the ID of a post, post.id. Then we should say that this we are taking the, how's it called? Upvotes. Now the query function is going to be fetch post upvotes and then post.id. We're gonna get the is loading and data, and let's do, make sure to import this. Oh, we need the Supabase as well. Const Supabase equal use Supabase and send it here. Now this data is going to have probably, let's go ahead and see what the answer is going to be. If we are here, now we should, why don't we see it? Post list item. Is this a post list item? Fetch query function, use query. Post service. Are we? No, we are not console logging the data. Let me do it here outside. Console log data. So we see a list of upvotes, but actually we don't need a list of upvotes. We need the to select the sum of value. So now if I'm going to reload, what's going to be the output, the response? If I go here, it's going to be undefined. Why? Sum of value. Select sum of value. Isn't that how I saw here? Select. Oh, value.sum maybe. Value.sum. Value.sum. Post ID. Oh, row level security, right? But it's disabled, so everyone we are allowed to do everything. Okay, it's not bad. Max. I know I'm going to do max here.
Is this like, can you define in how is it called? Like in the SQL, like sum and inside specify the value? Do you need to use it like value dot max or value dot sum?
I tried
Can
it
I
like that, like with some
like yeah, capital sum and then
value, but it's still undefined. Maybe what? What maybe? Maybe. And I see it here. Release year. Let me look at the documentation again. So querying. Yeah. I remember. Count option. Count. Select everything. Count. Maybe that's what we need. Select everything. There is count, but I actually need not counting. So
but does it even return you anything? Like
what?
does it return you anything if you select all, let's say?
Yeah, it returns if I select
Okay.
simply all. Now
Oh,
if I
okay.
do count, it's crazy. Because if I don't do anything, it will initially be undefined, but then it's going to have values. And that's okay. But if I add count exact, and what do you take out of that select? Supabase sum. Quantity dot sum. And this is quite recent, 2024. This function more or less do what their name suggests, but you can always take a deeper look at the Postgres documentation. I'm gonna get into the Postgres documentation now. Is the problem that my type is at integer 2?
Not sure.
It shouldn't be. I'm going to remove the equal from here. I'm going to, because I believe it should be value dot sum. Did I call it differently? Maybe it's not value, it's value. Now I will reload and you're going to work. I wish. Dot status. Let's do here. Why didn't I do that now, until now, to console log the error? Use of aggregate function is not allowed. Why it's not allowed?
Let's see. In Supabase, it's they say there is an issue. You have to enable them.
Oh, you have to enable them. Why didn't you tell me? Where?
Yeah, we have disabled aggregate functions. Just look for that and you'll find a link where they say we have disabled. Oh, but the link is not there.
Okay, because of a potential performance risk with
Yes.
aggregate file, we have disabled it by default only after reviewing the risk and ensuring appropriate. On Supabase, you can enable it by modifying the Postgres connection role and then reloading the server configuration role. Oh my god. So I guess we just need to copy this one, go into our Supabase SQL editor, paste it, run it, success, and then reload. And column upvotes ID. I don't need ID here. Come on. And now we have sum 17. And if I uncomment the equal sign, we should have, come on. I even want them beautifully. I'm wondering if now the previous part is also going to work. Because now we see, yeah, sum 2 and so on. I'll double.
You mean, yeah.
Yeah, I will double check that directly through fetching a post by ID. If I do here. Are you gonna win non-ending live stream? Yes. If we go here and say what? Looking at them, I don't think it will. Upvotes. You cannot do upvotes.value.sum, can you? And console log data. I don't think that's going to work. Upvotes.value.sum. If it does, I need to go on the details page. Null. Oh, but if I say upvotes, select not everything, but the sum of the value. Look at this. I have high hopes. Even the application crashed. I really have high hopes. Look, if I clear and go here, Don't complain. Go with me. Look at this, Lucas. We have upvotes, which is an array, and it has sum.
Okay.
We did it. So we can get the upvotes, the sum of the upvotes in the same query as fetching the post by ID. So this one is actually optional now. I don't think we actually need it because it's going to be easier to do that through here. We're going to access it a little bit differently, but I will add it as well in the fetch posts. And in the post list item, we're going to adjust a little bit the type that we expect because we are going to receive upvotes, which is going to be a bit different. Like it's going to be an array where there will be a sum. So it's going to be an array of objects where there will be sum of type number. So with this in mind, we can go ahead in our user interface and say, hey, where are you taking the upvotes? Here, post.upvotes at position 0 dot sum. If I do that, cannot find this. I'm not sure. Let's reload. Upvotes at position 0 dot sum. Why it's still not showing? Here too there is. Maybe if there is 0, it doesn't show. So I'm going to override it with 0 like this. Perfect. Okay, finally we have the sum of upvotes perfectly displayed. And here it is 1 because this post has, we saw in the database, has 2 upvotes and 1 downvote. That was tough, but we did it. And I'm going to go ahead and do git add, git commit display the number of upvotes. Perfect. Now it is time to create a new upvote when we press on one of these items. So I'm going to go back in our post service, or maybe we're going to create a new one, upvotes service.ts, and we're going to have export const create upvote. Is going to be an async function. It's going to receive a post ID, and it should be a string, and also Supabase. Supabase of type database, not database, but Supabase client of type database. Now to create an upvote, what we're going to do is we're going to do a wait Supabase dot from upvotes. Please insert a new upvote with the following values. The post ID and the user ID is going to be inserted automatically, and the value, let's also add it here as either 1 or -1. So only these two values are going to be allowed, 1 or -1. Now let's do select to get back the results and single to take it as a one item. We're going to be able to take them here in the data and error, and we can do the same stuff as we did before. If error, throw error, else return data. Now that we have a logic of creating an upvote, let's go ahead and go back in the post list item. Here we no longer need the fetch post upvotes. So let's remove it. And we're no longer gonna need this use query and the data. but we're going to need a mutation that will create upvotes. A mutation that we are going to call, mutation function. Make sure to call create upvote. And the post ID is going to be post.id. And the value that we are going to send, we don't know at the beginning because it depends on what button we will press. So let's add it here as a value of either 1 or -1 and pass it down to the create upvote. Finally, we give a Supabase here, and on success, we're going to get the data. Let's do console log data. Let's call mutate. Let's do it upvote. And we're going to take this one and call it when we press on one of the icons. Where is the styles? Where did you go? Here we are. So we have material icons. Share. No, we have this one for upvotes, right? Okay, so we have these material icons with the text, and then we have material icons without the text. Let's put it on these material icons. On this one, on press, what should happen is we should call them the upvote function with 1 because we want to upvote, and in the other icon with arrow down, we're gonna do -1 to create an upvote with actually downvoting. If I reload and press on upvoting this one and I reload the whole state, we see a new upvote there. If I do down and I reload, it should go back to 0. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. We're gonna cover that in a second. But yeah, if I download this one and I reload, it's going to go -1. What we can do is, on success, we can invalidate the query so that it automatically updates. Query client, use query client. Import from Tanstack query, and here let's do query client dot invalidate queries, query key, and is going to be posts. Now if I reload and if I go, for example, here and upvote this one, for example here, it's going to automatically update. The back is not working super properly. If I downvote this one, it's going to update here. Why we cannot upvote again? That's because the database is designed in a way because upvotes has user ID and post ID, and they both create the primary key. As you can see, composite primary key based on user ID and post ID. A primary key should be unique, so that means that the user can only vote a post once. So what we can do next is to actually update it if it already exists, not insert a new one. This is actually not very hard to do because instead of doing insert, what we can do is we can do upsert. Upsert is an operation that will either update if the item already exists with that primary key, or it will insert if that item doesn't exist. So let's see if that works. If I'm going to reload, I'm going to go on the post that I never liked. So if I like that post, it's going to insert a new vote. However, if I dislike it, it's going to go to -1, which is not supposed to happen. No, it's actually correct. Because it was 0, we upvoted it, it moved to 1, and then we changed our upvote to a downvote and it moved it to -1. Lucas, is that correct, or am I tripping? No, it's correct. Challenge me. Maybe that's not how it works there, but
It is.
So yeah, I can move back to like it, I can move back to dislike it. And it would be cool to also know if I already liked it or not.
And they show it with a red arrow.
Yeah. Again, I'm pretty sure I can hack a solution through the same query. But I'm not going to do that. What instead I'm going to do is let me think. I'm going to, in the upvotes, I'm going to fetch my vote. Fetch, select my vote for a post by ID. So let's copy this whole thing, select my vote. It's going to have post ID. And we're going to do from upvotes select select everything. And I will add an equal sign here where post ID is equal to post ID that the user sent. But the what? I also need a user ID string. And the another equal sign is going to be user ID is equal to user ID. Sorry, Lucas, for spending time on this after almost 5 hours.
It's okay, it's okay.
So we are going to select the upvotes for this post by this user. And we're going to do that in the post list item by sending a query. Use query. The query key is going to be posts. Then it's going to be a post ID because it's about a post ID. And let's call it my upvote. Query function is going to call select my vote by knowing the post ID, by knowing the user ID, which we can take using what? The session from Clerk, use session from Clerk. And do we know session.user.id? And then we're going to give a Supabase here. Let's import this one from services, and that is going to be data my vote. Now, having my vote, let's try to do a console log my vote. It's going to be important when we run a mutation to invalidate this query as well. But the way invalidate query works is actually it's going to invalidate all queries that starts with this key. And because we have this post at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to invalidate this one as well. So let's see it in action by going to a details page to be easier to manage. I think this is my vote, right? Value 1. Oh, this is for all the items. Yeah. If I go here, if maybe I go here, I see this is my vote, value 1. If I do minus, it's going to be value -1. If I do plus, it's going to be 1. Okay, so I think it works. Only thing is I need to let's transform them to booleans. Is liked equal or is upvoted is equal to my vote dot value equal to 1. And this is going to be like this. It doesn't know about value because I updated the table, but I didn't do npm run gen types. If I do that again, in a second it's going to be here. And I can do the same is down voted if that vote is equal to -1. I can take these ones down voted and I can go to our icons and I can do a different color. This is for the upvote. So if is upvoted, the color is going to be crimson. Otherwise going to be what? Black was? It was black there. And then we are going to have a material. Yes, it was black. For this one, if is downvoted, it's going to be crimson. Let's see it in action. Okay, here we have it. And maybe
amazing.
I will do it even like this.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say, but
so I will even change the icon to be a bold icon like this. And same here. Let's put it like this. This value here and here, but here without outline. Perfect. So now if I move here, it moves here. Boom. Boom. If it doesn't have a vote, it's going to get one.
Amazing.
Lucas, you're laughing. I'm pretty sure that's not how Reddit works.
Why it's not?
Or is it? Like everything good?
Yeah, we are. Well, it should be here also. It is red. Here you go.
It is red. And actually, in our course in React Native Mastery, I'm teaching about optimistic updates, and it solves exactly the problem that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
In our case, we are waiting for the request to reach the server, to get back, and then to reload, to invalidate queries. And this usually takes like some time. And you don't feel that it happened instantly. With optimistic updates, you can create it in a way that it instantly updates, and I teach that in React Native very much in detail. But this is done with the upvotes. The last step is to actually enable RLS, because now anyone can delete votes. So if you enable RLS, just to make sure that we did everything. Let's create a policy for what? Allow select to authenticated. So this is going to be select users to authenticated, and the logic is going to be simply true. We allow insert to also authenticated. Allow insert to authenticated. True. And you might think that's enough, But actually no, because we are using an upsert operation. An upsert sometimes will do updates. So who should we allow to update? Here we need to allow updates only to owners. And that's where in this using and with check, we're going to use this requesting user ID equal to user ID. That's very important for security to allow updates only to the user who is the owner of that upvote by putting this one in both using and with check. That's it. And maybe you should also allow delete. Like if I go ahead and press once again here, maybe you would want to go ahead and delete that one, but I'm not going to do that. You would also create actually the policy I'm going to show you, because delete is very similar to update. Delete only to owners authenticated, and we do the same check here. Only the owner of an upvote can delete it. Now we have all insert, update, delete for upvotes. Let's double check if it still works. I'm gonna try to upvote a new post. This one, it works. It took some time. But you saw that it took some time, especially to make it red. Because the number changed instantly. Oh, that's because the red it's about my vote, but the number it's about the whole session. So it took some time. So here I would highly encourage you to implement optimistic updates. If you want to learn them, check out React Native Mastery. Okay, so upvotes is done, right? I don't know what happened with my terminal. I think it says like Vadim enough. 5 hours. Git status, git add, git commit, upvotes. And with these upvotes, we actually managed to learn something interesting, some new stuff with counting even relationship data. That's nice.
Yeah, indeed. And also in the end, Friday won. So
Friday won?
Yeah. So
what we didn't manage yet to do is the storage and the comments, but we are 5 hours in. What's the strategy here?
Not sure. You can go like still further. If you can go, you can do it. If you feel that you need a break.
I pushed everything to main. Did it work? I hope so. Maybe we are going to do it next week to leave something for a third episode, and this is going to be like because I really love how everything is turning out here, and if we manage to do like next week the comments and the storage and maybe even some bonus features, which I already have an idea of and I don't want to overpromise, like this build is going to be like insane. It's already
it's gonna be nice. Gonna cover quite a lot of important topics, I would say.
Okay, so I think it is time to wrap it up. Today, just to recap, we implemented the backend for the Reddit clone. We learned how to set up a Supabase project. We design our tables, and it's not a very simple design because we have quite a few of tables, posts, groups, comments, upvotes, users. Then we learn how to seed the database, and we also learn how to use AI. We got an idea of how to use AI to create all of these seeding files. We learn how to use the Supabase SDK, the JavaScript SDK, to interact with our database, to fetch items, to insert items, to delete, update, upsert, and so on. We also learned some advanced features like grouping, or how to create aggregations like a sum. Then we learned about the Tanstack query, which helps us interact or manage the global state of our remote data, remote asynchronous data. We learned about use queries, about use mutations, and everything that goes into implementing that. After that, we saw how to integrate Clerk with Supabase so we can manage our users on Clerk and use that information to add row level security on our database to protect the data of a specific user. Then we integrated the upvotes, and that's what we managed to do today. This is how our application is looking. Everything now is functional that you see here. Everything is coming from the server. Everything is nicely performant, implemented. Boy, I like this build.
Yeah, indeed. It's a good one.
Okay, so if you enjoy this tutorial, guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel, not to miss our future tutorials. We are planning to maybe add more features here, so stay tuned. We're gonna post these updates and we're gonna let you know when that's gonna happen. What else?
What else?
Also, if you're interested to learn more about Expo and React Native and master more advanced topics, starting from the beginning and going very in depth in all of these topics, check out React Native Mastery, the course that I've been building for over a year, and that I'm still finishing up the last module that is coming up in the next couple of weeks. Only the last module has 35 lessons and more than 30 gigabytes of raw footage, so there is a lot of things to learn there. You can find it at notjust.dev/React Native Mastery, or there is going to be a link in the description. Thank you everyone who joined us live. Thank you very much, Lucas, for joining me and helping me along the way. Thank you for building this beautiful UI. It was very easy to work with it. Everything was ready and made sense.
Thank you for having me as well.
And yeah, excited for where this project is going to get from here.
Indeed.
All right. Have a nice day, everyone.